6, 2022 regular Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Let me ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Before I call the roll, I would like to note for the record that all supervisors are participating via teleconference. As such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. With that, I will now call the roll. Supervisor Anderson? Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Here.
Supervisor Desmond?
Here.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas here.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher here. First on the agenda is non-agendized public communication, an opportunity for the public to address the board on matters that are within our subject matter, but not on today's agenda. The only action the board may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. A reminder, according to Rule 4A, members of the public who are non-English speaking will get additional time to facilitate for translation. Pursuant to the county's rules of procedure, we will hear from a maximum of 10 speakers, and any remaining non-agendized public communication will be resumed at the conclusion of the rest of our agenda. I'll ask the clerk to call forward up to the first 10 public speakers for non-agendized public communication.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 12 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda. For those that have requested to speak, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. Again, we will be hearing from the first 10 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted, and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I would like to remind callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller. Again, please state your name before beginning your comments.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a parent and a public health educator here today, and I'm deeply concerned with the vaping behavior of our young people. Although this behavior is not new, we're seeing the numbers increase month by month and year by year. The pandemic has only intensified the situation as teens and young people have spent more time at home and on their phones participating in social media where vaping products are displayed and promoted. Research has found that various fruity flavors and trendy advertising for vaping and smoking are attractive to youth. We also know that vaping marijuana and tobacco primes adolescents to transition to smoking and vaping other substances. Unfortunately, we have learned from the statewide California Tobacco Survey that marijuana use was substantially higher than tobacco use. 15% reported vaping marijuana, especially, and smoking within the last 30 days. It's clear the marijuana and tobacco vaping industry is not letting up on our kids. They want lifetime addictive users and will do anything to entice them. The Journal of Adolescent Health argues for restricting access to marijuana products and youth exposure through social media, promotional materials, and billboards. I think now is the time to ban flavored marijuana products, in addition to the flavored tobacco products you have previously banned. Thank you.
Thank you. We will hear from our next caller.
Consuelo.
Governments have gone to great lengths to get people vaccinated. We were promised the vaccinations will be a game changer and it will restore our freedom. Turns out none of that was true. It does not render you immune. You can still contract the virus and you can still be infectious. The only thing this vaccine did for sure was to spill billions and billions of dollars in the pockets of pharmaceutical companies. Whenever a government claims to have the people's interest at heart, you need to think again. In the entire history of mankind, there has never been a political elite sincerely concerned about the well-being of regular people.
Yeah.
What makes any of us think that it is different now?
Wake up.
Never take anything any government tells you at face value.
Wake up.
Always question everything any government does or does not do. Whenever a political elite pushes an agenda this hard and resorts to extortion and manipulation to get their way, you can almost always be sure your benefit is definitely not what they had at heart. As far as I'm concerned, I will not be vaccinated with anything that has not been properly vetted and tested and has shown no sound scientific evidence that the benefits outweigh the disease itself and possible long-term side effects, which, to this day, we don't know anything about. I will not be reduced to a mere guinea pig by getting vaccinated with an experimental drug. And I will most assuredly not get vaccinated because my government tells me to and promises in return I will be granted freedom. Let's be clear about one thing. No one grants me freedom.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will go to our next caller.
My name is Barbara Gordon. I'm here today to share the SANDAG report from the Substance Abuse Monitoring with data gathered from interviews from juvenile arrestees that highlight lifetime and self-reported drug use. 60% of the youth interviewed tested positive for at least one substance, with 12 being the average age. Marijuana remains the drug of choice for youth interviewed, with 56% testing positive for marijuana at the time of interview. Only 20% of the youth that had used marijuana thought marijuana could be harmful, and 100% of the youth said it was very easy or easy to obtain. I know from my work with youth and young adults that substance abuse is the biggest indicator for academic failure, which is so concerning to me. I know research has demonstrated that youth are influenced by their environment. As the county looks to permit marijuana businesses, you could be contributing to this problem by continuing to normalize marijuana use with increased access and availability to our young people. Protecting our youth needs to be a priority and not favoring the marijuana industry. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Good morning, Supervisors. I am Mark Wilcox, father and grandfather, speaking to you today regarding an important Associated Press news article last week entitled Legal and Illicit Marijuana Market Blur in California's Pot Marketplace. The article was subtitled, Industry Insiders Say Working Both Sides of Street is Common. One marijuana business owner who agreed to speak with the Associated Press only on condition of anonymity to avoid possible prosecution said, we basically subsidize our white market with our black market. It's not too hard to operate outside the tracking system known as seed-to-sale monitoring. There is little in the way of on-site inspections to verify record keeping. The system is so loose, some permitted cultivators move as much as 90% of their product into the illicit market. In California, no one disputes the vast illegal marketplace continues to dwarf the legal one, even though Prop 64 stated boldly that it would incapacitate the black market. Someone was either dreaming, naive, or just lying to us, the public. The state's illegal market has flourished for decades, and efforts to reshape such a vast illegal economy into a legal one haven't worked. California does not have the tools to change the situation. This is not the time for the county to unnecessarily wade deeper into this destructive morass. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Good morning. This is Kathleen Lippett. I'm here to emphasize the value and cost effectiveness of policies that have a record of being effective and the greatest potential for reducing the number of people who end up in addiction or homelessness. A significant number of those individuals with addiction problems are so severe that they end up homeless. Those policies that prevent those, such are prevention policies, not harm reduction. However, these policies your policies seem designed to maximize addiction and homelessness. California already spends more than any other state per capita on homelessness and mental illness, and it has the worst outcomes. Harm reduction policies are disrespectful of the challenges faced by the treatment and recovery communities. Marijuana storefronts, billboards, advertising, and branded merchandise, needle exchange and giveaways create environments that entice and trigger those trying to escape a life undermined by drug abuse. The triggers created by commercial marijuana businesses will compromise their recovery, blocking their escape from drug abuse and addiction. Achieving and maintaining sobriety is challenging, and your policies are not lifelines, they are anchors. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Good morning. This is KB Strange here. I'm a pharmacist practicing in the unincorporated region of our county. I strongly feel that bringing more marijuana businesses to the backcountry is an unwise scheme. The repercussions of marijuana businesses is that it normalizes marijuana use in the minds of teens and young adults as some sort of a default choice for managing stress and anxiety. Yesterday, I listened to an excellent webinar brought to the medical community entitled Where Does Cannabis Go in the Body and How It May Affect Teenagers' Brains. The presenter was a highly regarded researcher at the Institute of Psychiatry, Psychology, and Neurosciences at King's College London, where she has been studying the effects of cannabis compounds on behavior and brain regions since the year 2000. She described the adolescent brain focusing on the effects of the psychoactive compound tetrahydrocannabinol, that's THC, the main component of marijuana. She explained the role that THC plays in two areas of brain development. First, interrupting the very important synaptic pruning that occurs in the brain between early childhood and adulthood. And second, disrupting the excitatory-inhibitory balance of neuronal networks. The resulting negative result of the brain's development disruption effects of THC is staggering for young adults and the family that cares for them. Consider the results if 20% of the county's population under 25 uses high-potency pot on a weekly basis, and they do. What if it were 30% of the county's population under 25 or even more? Our county's Live Well vision of a region that is building better health, living safely, and thriving would be lost. So I ask you to consider carefully what our county's marijuana policy should be. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We will go to our next caller.
Good morning. My name is Robert Gurman. I live in Lakeside. I am a spokesperson for Citizens Against Gillespie's expansion low-flying aircraft. I have submitted to the board letters sent to FAA Administrator Stephen Dickerson and NTSB Chairwoman Jennifer Homedy, if I got that right, for your review and support. Thank you. Robert Gurman, Cage, LFA.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Good morning. This is Peggy Walker. Yesterday, I applauded Supervisor Lawson Reamer's call for data-driven analysis regarding big issues and suggested data be collected to determine the impact of marijuana commercialization. Colorado did just that and at the end of the day, discovered pot is costing the state far more than it's making. In 2018, for example, Colorado collected $240 million in tax revenue, but hospitals lost about twice as much, an estimated $500 million in the cost of marijuana-related ER visits. Further, marijuana-related traffic accidents cost the state approximately $136 million. So even without factoring in the additional costs of regulation and law enforcement that come along with pot, Colorado was $300 million in the hole in just the year 2018. The head of the state's medical society, Dr. Mark Johnson, reports the state is suffering buyer's remorse over legalization. Not only has the promise of tax revenues failed, the state is suffering what Dr. Johnson calls an emergency epidemic of declining mental health of Colorado's children. Data show marijuana is a contributing factor to that stunning epidemic. Not only is marijuana costing Colorado far more than tax revenues received, it's costing the precious resource of youth well-being. We must learn from Colorado's example and begin our own data analysis before enacting policy that harms the community and causes buyer's remorse in our own county. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Audra. So I just want to inform people that they need to start waking up because these vaccines need to stop. You guys don't care that they're killing people. You want to acknowledge the fact that people are dying from COVID, but you never, ever acknowledge the people who have died from these vaccines or who have been injured. I want to remind you that what you're doing is illegal. It's criminal. You're in violation of the Nuremberg Code. You're in violation of federal statutes, 18 U.S.C. 241, conspiracy against rights, and 242, deprivation of rights under the color of law. You guys all have an opportunity to stop doing what you're doing. We come to you, we plead to you for our families and our friends and the people that we love. We do it because we hope that you will change your ways and turn back from this. But the fact that you guys continue to implement this while making us go through a public safety risk of losing the officers and having to implement the sheriff, it's really terrifying, and people need to realize what's going on and that this needs to end. I thank you because you are waking the people up, but it has to stop. And if you guys don't stop and turn back from your ways, the people are going to have to do something about it. And, what side of history do you guys want to be on? Do you want to be on the one that actually did the right thing, or do you want to be on the one, that is facing a Nuremberg trial? And, sentenced to, life in prison or death. God willing that you guys will stop doing this.
Thank you. We'll go to our next and 10th final caller.
Good morning. This is Kelly McCormick. I'm a public health educator with a focus on youth, tobacco, alcohol, and drug prevention. I would like to recognize Supervisor Lawson Reamer for drawing attention to the danger that air pollution poses to public health she did this in her January newsletter. Supervisor Lawson Reamer wrote that pollution makes communities more vulnerable to diseases like COVID-19. This is true. The newsletter asks community members to crack down on polluters by reporting complaints to the Air Quality Control Board. Given this concern, I would like to ask why the board would pursue an expansion of the marijuana industry, which will add to the number of people smoking and vaping in San Diego County. For example, the Journal of Adolescent Health reports that young people who had ever used e-cigarettes were 5 times more likely to be diagnosed with COVID-19. and young people who had ever used e-cigarettes plus conventional cigarettes were 7 times more likely to be diagnosed with COVID-19. Marijuana use harms respiratory health, cardiovascular health, and weakens the immune system. In addition, secondhand marijuana smoke and aerosol contain many of the same toxic chemicals as tobacco cigarettes, along with additional ones. The board has done the right thing by banning the sale of flavored tobacco products. The logical next step is to ban the sale of flavored marijuana products and marijuana vape products. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Fletcher, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning.
All right, next on the agenda is approval of the statement of proceedings minutes for the regular meeting on January 12th, 2021. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by myself, second by Supervisor Anderson. Ask the clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present, voting aye.
We'll now proceed with the formation of our consent calendar. Members of the public will be able to comment on the consent calendar after we give supervisors an opportunity to move any items to discussion or make any comments they wish to make. We only have 2 items on the consent calendar, and we have 4 items for discussion today. But let me start with my colleagues, with Supervisor Anderson. Are there any items you wish pulled for discussion or comments that you wish to make?
Not at this time. Thank you for asking.
All right, Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you so much, Chair Fletcher. I just want to make a comment on item 1. Thanking county staff for all your work on this park, which is now in my district. And I just can't wait to see the downtown community in Greater San Diego enjoying the new basketball court and getting some more exercise at Waterfront Park. And I'm just very happy to see this moving forward and happy to approve this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
No items to pull. I would like to see item 3 on consent, but it's not, so I'll leave that alone. But I thought second readings went on consent. But anyway, nothing to pull. That's my only comment, and I'll move to approve the consent calendar as it is.
Thank you. Vice Chair Vargas.
Happy to second that motion, but on number 1, I worked a lot on number 1, and I'm really excited about the dog park.
Thank you.
Rocco. It's Rocco's park.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to add on agenda item 1. You know, really excited. This started early 2019. I had the office that Supervisor Lawson-Remer has now, and would look out over the northeast corner of our waterfront park and realize there was nobody out there. And the contrast of when you come in the other side of the building and there's play structures and there's kids and there's families, and to every day look out, and I really early pushed our county staff to look at how we develop that, and was able to get the support of the board to move forward. You know, we've done all the public outreach, we've done engagement, we've talked to our neighbors, we've done surveys. All of those things have now got us in a position where, after years of work, we're finally moving forward, and I'm really excited. The off-leash dog park, I know, is very important, and so, you know, having that as an option. The outdoor kind of t-ball, wiffle ball, there's not much of that in downtown, and to have that here, I think will really be something wonderful. Outdoor basketball was high on the list. Pickleball, which is the hot thing that everyone loves, but really engaging that northeast quadrant of the waterfront park, and really enhancing our waterfront park, which is an incredible regional asset. You know, I give the prior board a lot of foresight and wisdom in establishing the waterfront park, and building something really great. And now our board has the opportunity to really take it to the next level and expand it and enhance it. And so I know we've been working on this for a long time, and it's really exciting to begin to see it come to fruition, and ready to start seeing some dirt moving and some stuff get done. So very, very, very excited about that. So with that, we've got a motion by Supervisor Desmond, second by Vice Chair Vargas, to approve the 2 items on the consent calendar. Let me ask the clerk to call forward any public speakers we have on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We did have one request to speak on this item by phone. Any members of the public that requested to speak on this item by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that tells you to begin your comments after the beep. You will then have 2 minutes to address the board. Please begin by stating your name for the record. I would also like to remind callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking.
Audra. So with the waterfront park, that's quite interesting. I wonder if you guys will make anybody who works on that or all of your staff be vaccinated just to enjoy, being a part of that project. Yeah, and so it'll be $500,000 a year to keep up. And is that going to be staffed by people that, like I said, have to be vaccinated? Anyway, and then you have this pest control thing for these different diseases that affect the plants. And so I'm wondering, just with everything that's going on, are you expecting an outbreak of different things? I mean, you guys can't even handle a COVID outbreak. So the fact that you're then now trying to get into pest control is a little bit terrifying. What are you going to do to the food in mitigating that? You're going to put pesticides all over it? Is that going to be your way? You can just poison the people? Great. I love it because you guys are so evil. It's just nuts. Yeah, so I would just like to take the rest of my time and take a moment of silence for all those that you've killed with the vaccine.
Thank you. Your time is up. Chair Fletcher, that concludes public testimony on this item.
All right, we've got a motion by Supervisor Desmond, seconded by Vice Chair Vargas to approve the 2 items in the consent calendar. Ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present voting aye.
We're going to go into our discussion items. First item up is item 3. It's a second reading of the microenterprise home kitchen operations. I'm happy to make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
So moved.
Yes,
So seconded.
Thank you. Let me ask the clerk to call forward the public speakers on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We do have 7 requests to speak on this item. I'd also like to note for the record that we did receive 26 e-comments, all in favor. Any members of the public that have requested to speak on this item by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that have been provided to you. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that tells you to begin your comments after the beep. You will then have 2 minutes to address the board. Please begin by stating your name for the record. And again, I would like to remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We will begin with our first caller.
Hi, I'm Casey. I hear a lot of people calling in with some grievances, and it's pretty funny. It's proving that we need some more science and math education in this state, let alone this country. Vaccines save lives. You guys are doing a great job. I'm excited for everything you're doing for the city. It's very funny that these anti-vax sheep think that a 5% death rate of COVID is fine, but a 0.0016% often minor chance of an adverse event from a vaccine is something to be scared about. I'm excited to see the waterfront, everything you're doing, and I hope you guys have a better day. Thanks for doing what you can. Just hope I made your day a little happier with that.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Hi, good morning, supervisors. My name is Marcus Boyd. I live in Imperial Beach, California, and I also own a business. And when I first heard about the micro kitchen, it was interesting, exciting. But then I thought, who's going to be counting 60 a week? And where are they going to park, especially 30 a day? And then I thought, really, what are they going to be drinking? And then I looked for the liquor rules, and you got to search pretty hard to find the word liquor in there. And the business that I own in Imperial Beach brought me to a whole bunch of more questions when I hit this question. And that was, who was going to insure it? Who's going to make sure that if it catches on fire and then catches my house on fire, that I'm going to be covered without having to claim it on my insurance myself, which would increase my rate? So that question was easy for me to answer because I own an insurance brokerage in Imperial Beach. My sister is one of the larger State Farm agents in the region. So I was able to discuss this with her as well. We wondered, what about the shutoff, the gas shutoff? What about the fat fryer shutoff? What about the UL 300 automatic suppression? All of these are questions on supplemental applications for insurance. If you answer no to any of those, it's a decline. Are they going to be smoking? What are they going to be drinking? So I took the time the last couple of weeks after this came out to find a carrier that would write this. I went to one of the largest surplus lines brokers in the country, which is actually located, one of the offices is in North County. And I spoke with a senior underwriter. She has multiple initials after her name. And I asked her, who did you get to write these?
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Nobody.
We'll go to our next caller.
Good morning. My name is Natalia Nemeth, and voting yes on the MEHKO ordinance would help benefit many. Not only those who intend to become home chefs, but for those who have been silently suffering by the impact caused by the pandemic. As a culinary professional for 16 years, I've witnessed many in the industry lose everything during the pandemic due to lockdowns and regulations, resulting in the closing of many food businesses. I believe that this ordinance will not only be a lifesaver for many to be able to financially recover, but to physically, emotionally, and spiritually heal as well, not only for themselves, but for the community around them. Home-cooked food, no doubt, is that powerful. Mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers have been doing it for generations. Now, it's time for San Diego County to shine and to lead the way and show counties what is possible. This ordinance will be a game changer for the community. Thank you for your support on this matter.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Audra, loved how you don't let someone stroking your ego off, that you just let them go off because they're telling you guys good things and you're not saying that they're off topic. Anyway, micro kitchens. That, like I said before on this topic, you guys just want to control what people are doing when they could do it anyway without your hand in their business. But you want to regulate how many meals someone can cook. It's very weird when they could just do it as much as they want without your hand in their business. So everything you guys do is like implementing you guys more and more and more and more and more and everything that goes on around you and in our lives. If people don't see how terrifying that is, they should start waking up, because it's no joke. I mean, you have to come in and, dictate things that we should always be able to decide. We're free people. We don't have to ask permission. And it's like you want us to ask for permission to do everything we do in our lives. And we don't have to come to you. You guys are our servants. You work for us. We don't work for you. You are the ones that we should be listening to what we say. But yet, oh, no, let's do whatever we want because, we're the boss. No, you're not. We're your boss. So, like, at some point, either you're going to have to shape up or you're going to get shipped out. Bye.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Hi, I'm Karen Melvin with the San Diego MECO Coalition, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the board for their unanimous vote on January 12th to allow MECO permitting in San Diego County. My hope is that today's vote will yield similar results. To answer the gentleman who called earlier, there is an enforcement agency and there is insurance companies that cover MECOs already operating in other counties in California. But I also want to give a shout out to the San Diego County Department of Environmental Health and Quality. They have done yeoman's work in drafting the MECO ordinance, holding public meetings, and presenting information on MECOs to many organizations, groups, and city councils. They are a model for other health departments across California to emulate and laying the groundwork for a MECO program. With a favorable vote today, the San Diego MECO Coalition is looking forward to partnering with the department in outreach and education for this new program. Even though this MECO program is being authorized for 2 years, I look forward to bringing back before this board some good data and one success story after another. How running a home-based MECO not only transformed the lives of home chefs and their families, but also their neighborhoods and their communities with offerings of delicious home-cooked food that will span the gamut of cultural cuisines. There's a lot of elected officials who talk about doing something to change the status quo and provide opportunity and empowerment to improve the lives of the people they govern. And then there's those who actually do something about it. Today is the day of not just talking, but doing. Thank you for being elected officials who have taken an active part in changing things for the better in San Diego County.
Thank you. And Chair Fletcher, that does conclude public testimony on this item.
All right, thank you. We've got a motion and a second. Let me ask my colleagues if they have any comments or questions on this item.
No.
All right, motion by myself, second by Supervisor Anderson. Ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present voting aye.
We go to agenda item number 4, Traffic Advisory Committee. I will make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Let me ask clerk if there's any requests for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We did have one request to speak on this item. I'd also like to note for the record, we did not receive any e-comments. Any members of the public that have requested to speak on this item by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that have been provided to you. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. You will then have 2 minutes to address the board. Please begin by stating your name for the record. I'd like to remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking.
Audra. So traffic radar enforcement. You're going to be putting up speed radars, whatever. It's very interesting because you don't even have officers to, do their job. But you're going to be, are you going to send people tickets of a picture and try and, be like you were speeding? I'm going to give you a picture to say that you were there. I mean, you can't charge a photo. But anyway, it's just funny because there's suspicious cameras going up all over the place. And it should make people weary. They shouldn't just get used to it and be like, oh my gosh, look, yeah, we're safe. No, they're watching you. We're being watched. And now they want to, make sure you don't go over 35 miles an hour. So, I don't know. You guys, what you do is super terrifying because there's this bigger agenda that's unfolding and so many people don't see it. And I think people need to start paying attention more to what you guys are doing, even on these days. Everyone wants to, pay attention on Tuesdays, but it's these days where it's, the other side of your agenda that comes out. And people need to be aware of what's going on because, if they don't, it'll be too late. And you guys will wish that you had done something sooner. But you need to be paying attention to what these tyrants are doing because it's not a joke. It's affecting every aspect of your life. And if you don't pay attention now, we will be far too deep to do anything about it. So wake up.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. That does conclude public testimony on this item.
Motion by myself, second by Vice Chair Vargas to approve. Ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present, voting aye.
Going to go to agenda item number 5, notice public hearing, adopt zoning ordinance amendment related to emergency shelters, transitional and supportive housing, et cetera. Let me turn it over to staff for a presentation on this item, and then we'll go to our public speakers.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and supervisors. I'm Davia Lynch, Director of Planning and Development Services. Joining me is Lynette Tessitore. Today we will be presenting amendments to the county's zoning ordinance to provide homeless solutions, such as expanding sheltering options.
Thank you for your patience as we're working on pulling up the presentation.
How many public speakers do we have on this item?
Chair Fletcher, we have one total request to speak on this item.
Let's go ahead and hear from that speaker while we work out the presentation.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. I'd also like to note for the record that we did receive 2 e-comments on this item, 1 in favor. Any members of the public that have requested to speak on this item by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted, and then you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. You will have 2 minutes to address the board. Please begin by stating your name for the record. I'd also like to remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking, and we will begin with our first caller.
Audra, emergency shelters. You're doing all these things for disaster mitigation, which is interesting because you can't even mitigate COVID. Like, the more vaccines we give, the worse it gets. It has to be the unvaccinated that's doing it. But you have these mobile medical units that you're also using. And like I say, people, wake up. What kind of a disaster are you talking about? Like, you can't even, I mean, Wilma Wooten can't even handle a hepatitis outbreak. And then you give her COVID. And look at where we're at. And now you guys think that you're going to, provide emergency shelters and whatnot. I mean, how about like the, $5 million a month you're spending on hotels? Are you going to take money from that and, build shelters? What are you going to do? Like, everything you guys do is super corrupt. It's crazy. Emergency shelters. Oh, you guys. The emergency is the fact that you're letting this vaccine continue. It should be stopped immediately. It's happening across the world. You know what you're doing is wrong. I would seriously think about crossing God, because, that's the last person you guys want to cross. Yeah. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. That concludes public comment on this item.
All right, now we'll go to the presentation.
Today's proposed amendments will streamline the permitting process and will support previous board direction, including the Health and Human Services Agency, or HHSA's, adopted framework for ending homelessness and proposed location framework, which can be found in Attachment E of this board letter. This framework provides the process and criteria for where these facilities may be located. Staff requests that the board adopt the proposed zoning ordinance amendments titled Amendment to the San Diego County Zoning Ordinance related to applicability of the zoning ordinance, definitions, emergency shelter classification, and general regulations. Since the declaration of the county shelter crisis, the board continues to prioritize homeless solutions. On January 28, 2020, the board directed staff to take the necessary steps to support immediate, short-term, and long-term solutions to address homelessness, and to identify sites that could be acquired for emergency, temporary, and permanent housing. On May 19, 2020, the board directed staff to amend the county zoning ordinance to allow expanded opportunities for providing safe shelter and housing options in the unincorporated areas by pursuing permanent amendments to the zoning ordinance, because current requirements do not allow alternatives to traditional shelters. The board further directed that emergency shelters be sited in areas to address homelessness and related public health, safety, and welfare issues. On April 6, 2021, the board directed HHSA staff to lead the public input process and to establish the location framework for the appropriate siting of emergency shelters and transitional and supportive housing facilities. In addition to board direction, on September 17, 2021, the County Planning Commission recommended that the board adopt the proposed zoning ordinance amendments related to an exemption from the zoning ordinance, the addition of shelter definitions, expansion of types of facilities considered as emergency shelters, and other clarifications regarding publicly owned shelters or housing. Currently, the unincorporated area lacks housing to assist persons experiencing homelessness. The zoning ordinance only allows the use of traditional shelters, which are typically large, single buildings in which people are living in large group settings, with shared facilities, common sleeping areas, and little privacy. To implement a variety of emergency, temporary, and permanent housing options for persons experiencing homelessness, the county will need to expand beyond the concept of traditional shelters. Alternative housing options would include transitional housing, which is defined as temporary housing for up to 24 months, supportive housing, which is defined as permanent housing with no end date that provides long-term rental assistance with supportive services, and the expanded emergency sheltering options, which include overnight sheltering options and are described on the next slide. Alternative emergency shelters offer a variety of sheltering options, which include day shelters, where food and/or social services are made available to persons experiencing homelessness, but overnight sleeping is not permitted. Safe camping facilities, which are facilities where a tent or hard-sided shelter could be used overnight. Safe parking facilities, which allow for overnight parking for individuals in need of overnight safe sheltering locations. And safe storage facilities, which provide a location for people to safely and securely store and access their belongings. Currently, parks, libraries, and other county facilities such as fire and sheriff stations are exempt from the required planning review and permits required under the zoning ordinance, such as specific zones where these facilities can be sited, building aesthetics, and other general regulations such as parking ratios. However, these projects must still comply with other regulations and policies outside of the zoning ordinance, but not limited to permits related to health and safety and other regulations such as building permits, fire code, grading permits, stormwater permits, as well as the county's general plan and the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA.
Currently, there are few opportunities in the unincorporated area where shelter and housing facilities are exempt from the regulations of the zoning ordinance, like those county facilities described on the previous slide. The zoning ordinance regulations currently establish specific zone requirements where an emergency shelter, transitional or supportive housing can be located. And the zoning ordinance also requires certain planning documents and review processes for shelters, such as a site plan and design review, which could be an obstacle when there is an immediate need to site shelters and housing facilities. The proposed zoning ordinance amendment will exempt county, state, and federally owned shelter and housing facilities from these planning documents and review processes in the same way as other county facilities are exempt, as presented on the previous slide. The amendments will also remove zoning ordinance regulations such as limiting to specific zones, the locations where shelters can be placed, and would allow county, state, and federally owned or county leased and funded facilities in all zones. The zoning ordinance amendments will reduce the cost and time of the planning process for shelter and housing facilities by up to 3 to 24 months, depending on the project type. However, just like the other types of exempt county facilities, these emergency shelters, transitional and supportive housing would also still comply with permits related to health and safety and other regulations such as building permits, fire code, and grading permits. If the zoning ordinance amendments are adopted for emergency shelters and transitional and supportive housing, appropriate sites would be identified using HHSA's location framework, which is attachment E to the board letter, and would follow a similar process as other county-owned facilities as listed in the previous slide. To expand opportunities for providing safe shelter and housing options, staff is recommending amendments to the county zoning ordinance, including amendments to section 1006, which exempt county-funded or owned emergency shelters and also include transitional and supportive housing. Amendments to definitions section 1110 to include a definition of permanent supportive housing. Amendments to section 1334 to expand the definitions of emergency shelters. And amendments to section 6911 to include that emergency shelters are exempt from this section of the zoning ordinance when the shelters are county funded or owned, or if they are located on state or federally owned property. In response to board direction and to receive input on the proposed zoning ordinance amendments, Planning and Development Services engaged stakeholders, including community planning and sponsor groups, housing and community-based organizations, industry stakeholders including the Building Industry Association, Farm Bureau, the Land Development Working Technical Group, and environmental groups including state and federal wildlife agencies. Planning and Development Services held a series of 6 public webinars and attended various community planning and sponsor group meetings. Some input staff received includes several stakeholders expressed concern of exempting private facilities and wanted to ensure that the proposed amendments would be limited to government-owned properties to ensure appropriate oversight of these important resources. Staff confirmed that the zoning ordinance amendments would be limited to county owner-funded or partially county-funded properties or projects. Stakeholders also requested a map of parcels that could be subject to the amendments. In response to this request, staff published a map of county-owned properties that could be subject to the amendments to the project website. Lastly, stakeholders wanted to ensure that any proposed changes would not relocate individuals experiencing homelessness away from services. Staff confirmed that the zoning ordinance amendments would streamline the development of these sites, and HHSA's location framework considers siting criteria for locating these facilities where support services could be offered. Planning and Development Services concurs with the September 17, 2021 Planning Commission's recommendations and recommends that the board review and consider the information contained in the final program environmental impact report, the addendum, and the environmental review checklist, and adopt the amendment to the San Diego County zoning ordinance related to applicability of the zoning ordinance, definitions, emergency shelter classification, and general regulations. These proposed amendments align with HHSA's location framework, which will come to the board in the near future. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate all the work that has gone into this. We obviously have an urgent need to address issues surrounding the unsheltered and the homeless, and the ability to move swiftly to provide solutions. And so I appreciate the work that has been done, and hope to see this move forward today. To get us started for discussion purposes, I'll just make a motion to approve. I know we have some comments and discussions go ahead, which we can do, but is there a second?
Second.
Happy to second.
Oh.
All right, we have a motion by myself, second by Supervisor Wasserman. Let me go to Supervisor Desmond, and then we'll go to Supervisor Wasserman.
Well, thank you, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to comment. And I do support, and I want to say thank you to staff. I support staff's efforts in our growing homeless population, and clearly something needs to be done to help, but I just want to make a few comments here. Each community in the unincorporated area is different, and they each have their own issues and needs as it relates to homelessness. And in my district, Fallbrook certainly has different needs than Escondido or Spring Valley, throughout the county. And what I want to be careful is this is a one-size-fits-all approach is not the solution. And staff has to really work closely with each of the communities and the board offices, I think, of those communities when planning for areas to accommodate these types of projects, and particularly shelters and parking areas and things like that. I previously voted against a homeless project in La Mesa, primarily because, in my opinion, the city leaders were not aware of what was going on at the time, and they were kind of caught off guard. And I don't want to do that to any of the communities in my district or in anybody else's district. The Crisis Stabilization Unit. Am I still on here? Looks like I lost.
No, we got you. You're good.
I don't know. I lost my screen or input. Okay, sorry.
I can hear you, Jim. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got it back now.
We can still hear you. Yeah, you were on CSUs.
Okay. Yeah, the CSUs in Vista. So I'm grateful for the CSUs we have in North County, but that took a lot of work with their city council, their city manager. We had them talk with the district attorney. We had them talk with the sheriffs. They were very reluctant to go ahead with this initially, but we were able to work with them, and each side made some concessions, but we were able to, and successful to get that in place because of the work we did ahead of time. Same thing in Oceanside. Now, Oceanside was a little bit different for the Crisis Stabilization Unit there. It's not quite open. It's not open yet, but and the fact that it is going into our Live Well Center made it a little bit easier. But we worked with the council. We worked with their city manager. Gave a tour a couple of months ago while it was still under construction to all their city council members and to their, I think their chief of police and their fire department, and all that. So a lot of efforts were made there, even in San Marcos. We got Summer Steffen, her great project, One Safe Place. She asked me to work with the city council of San Marcos and the city manager. And so, I appreciate that these things need to be put in place, but we got to be careful and got to make sure that there's community buy-in and no entity or no community feels like it's being pushed upon them without working out those kinks and details. So I'll be supporting the motion. I just want to make sure that my office particularly gets an opportunity to work with the communities prior to any implementation in District 5. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Lawson Reamer.
Honestly, I just really want to thank staff. I know, we've really put it on you all to kind of think about how do we tackle these big challenges in terms of ending and addressing our regional homelessness crisis. And this is not a silver bullet, but clearly ending homelessness starts with a home. So I think this action is going to make it faster to build what we need, stable and affordable options to support people experiencing homelessness and give them opportunities to succeed. So again, thank you staff for kind of continuing to drive forward on this pretty significant issue facing our region, and I will be happy to support this item.
All right, thank you. All right, we've got a motion by myself, second by Supervisor Lawson Reamer to approve this item. Not seeing any additional requests to speak. Let me ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson Reamer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present, voting aye.
We're going to take just a little 5-minute pause here. Staff has got to load the next presentation, so we want to give them a few minutes to do that. So we'll just take a little 5-minute recess here, and we will reconvene. Why don't we make it an 8-minute recess, and we'll reconvene at 10:10 a.m. and start the presentation. 10:10, we'll start presentation. Thanks. 10:10. We all set?
Yes, Chair Fletcher.
All right, let's go. Presentation time.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and Supervisors. I'm Davia Lynch, Director of Planning and Development Services. Today, Mark Slovic, Jacob Armstrong, Damon Davis, Kathleen Flannery, and I will provide an update related to the implementation of Senate Bill 743 and analyzing vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, in the unincorporated county. Senate Bill 743, or SB 743, signed into law in 2013, required a change to how local jurisdictions analyze transportation impacts under CEQA. Each jurisdiction was required to make that change by July 1st of 2020. The intent of Senate Bill 743 was to balance the needs of managing traffic congestion with statewide goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, encourage infill development, and improve public health through more active transportation like walking and biking. SB 743 changed the way that public agencies evaluate transportation. A key element of this law is the elimination of using auto delay or level of service and other similar measures, and the implementation of VMT as the primary metric for evaluating transportation impacts under CEQA. VMT is inherently related to land use and raises questions about where and how the county should develop to meet our housing, sustainability, equity, and climate action goals. Staff's analysis brings these issues together in responding to 13 specific issues directed by the board, but also speaks directly to the connections between these issues and work that the county is doing on housing, climate action, regional decarbonization, and conservation planning. In Phase 1, staff's proposal will remove VMT as a barrier to development in expanded infill areas within 6 months, allowing over 8,000 potential homes in the unincorporated area to move forward without VMT analysis. Staff would also prepare options for a sustainable land use framework that could start the process of updating the county's general plan. Through Phase 1, staff's recommendation asks the board to consider providing near-term policy direction on how they want to see the unincorporated area build out and what related programs they think are important to address holistically. In Phase 2, staff's proposal will unlock development in the rest of the unincorporated area within 3 years by providing additional VMT mitigation options. It would also develop additional options for alternative transportation in the unincorporated area, which would allow us to provide more transit options for areas which have been historically underserved. While VMT is used to evaluate transportation impacts under CEQA, it plays a critical role in land use planning, as it can also affect a jurisdiction's ability to achieve other state goals and requirements related to housing. A challenge with VMT implementation is how to implement VMT as recommended by the state while meeting other state requirements for housing, since VMT will make it more costly and challenging to develop within most of the unincorporated area. This is because more than 99% of the unincorporated area is located in a VMT inefficient area based on guidance from the State Office of Planning and Research, or OPR. For projects proposed outside VMT efficient areas, it becomes challenging and costly to mitigate VMT and may be cost prohibitive, ultimately reducing the number of projects that move forward. If a property is located in a VMT inefficient area, there's often a need to prepare an environmental impact report, or EIR, which can be lengthy and costly. Often at the end of the process, the costs associated with mitigating for VMT make it cost prohibitive to develop the property based on current market rates. On the other hand, calculating the number of vehicle miles traveled that will be generated from a project is one way to reduce VMT and associated greenhouse gas emissions from automobiles, rather than simply adding capacity to roads to accommodate new homes. The thought is that less personal vehicle traffic equates to lower emissions, and that encouraging housing near existing development and transit increases the likelihood that transit will be used, also reducing greenhouse gases. In the unincorporated area with few transit opportunities, it can be challenging on a practical level to realize this type of shift.
VMT is calculated by determining the distance and number of vehicle trips generated from a specific land use, such as a home or business. When analyzing a project's impact with VMT, the estimated VMT generated by the project is compared to the average VMT generated by existing land uses in a defined area. If a project decreases VMT from existing conditions within a specific geographic boundary, it is considered to have a less than significant impact on transportation. A project can also be considered to have a less than significant impact if it generates less than a specified amount of average daily trips, also referred to as ADT. Other criteria can also be used to determine if a project has a less than significant impact from transportation, such as projects that are adjacent to existing major transit facilities. To mitigate for VMT, a project needs to reduce the number and/or the distance of vehicle trips made by the residents or employees. Therefore, typical VMT mitigation includes expansion of the transportation options, including sidewalks and bike lanes, and transportation demand management strategies like van pools, bike sharing, and transit subsidies. It can be challenging in semi-rural and rural areas to achieve substantial reductions in VMT through mitigation. While VMT can reduce GHG and help the state reach its GHG reduction and climate action goals, as a CEQA threshold for transportation, it does not directly measure GHG or GHG reductions. It only measures the distance a person drives. So for example, electric cars are not considered mitigation for VMT. Residential and employment projects are not the only projects subject to VMT analysis. Any project that is subject to CEQA is also subject to VMT and is required to analyze potential transportation impacts. VMT does not recognize that certain types of land development projects are location-specific because they are resource-dependent and therefore not typically located in VMT-efficient areas. This can become challenging for a variety of unique project types that are common in rural locations, such as farms, agricultural tourism, renewable energy, wineries, regional parks, campgrounds, mining operations, special event facilities, and cemeteries. The Governor's Office of Planning and Research, or OPR, provided guidance to local jurisdictions in 2018 on how to implement VMT. While not legally binding, the OPR guidance is an important reference for determining how to calculate VMT, setting significance thresholds, and identifying mitigation measures to offset VMT impacts so they are not considered significant. OPR also states that lead agencies like the county have the discretion to develop and adopt their own significance thresholds for VMT, provided such thresholds are supported by substantial evidence, or they can rely on the criteria recommended by OPR. In its 2018 guidance, OPR recommended that a project's VMT be compared to a citywide or region's average VMT. However, OPR did not define a region and did not make any specific recommendations on the boundary that should be established for unincorporated areas when analyzing VMT. On June 29, 2021, OPR clarified that unincorporated areas should use a threshold based on the regional average of a metropolitan planning organization or a regional transportation planning agency, which in our case is the San Diego Association of Governments, or SANDAG region, which includes the entire San Diego County area, not just the unincorporated area. In June 2020, the board adopted a Transportation Study Guide, or TSG, to implement SB 743 and VMT in the unincorporated area. In September 2020, Cleveland National Forest Foundation, Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation, and Sierra Club filed suit alleging the adoption of the TSG violated CEQA and SB 743. In May of 2021, the board received information on how VMT implementation was progressing and options for potential updates to the TSG. The board directed staff to explore 13 items related to VMT and return to the board with options for consideration. In June 2021, OPR updated their frequently asked questions on their website to clarify how a region is defined for the purposes of analyzing VMT in an unincorporated area. In September 2021, the board rescinded the TSG, which relied on an unincorporated area average when analyzing VMT. Without an adopted TSG, projects are currently on their own to determine how they want to analyze VMT, including providing the substantial evidence to support any findings of less than significant impacts. Larger projects have the resources to develop their own substantial evidence, but it becomes more difficult for smaller projects. Without a TSG, project analysis for VMT may be more costly and take longer. Projects can also choose to rely on the guidance from OPR.
Staff has researched and analyzed the 13 items directed by the board and grouped them into categories based on topic. Category A includes opportunities for infill development, transit, by right development, land use changes and density, and the Climate Action Plan. Category A includes items 1, 2, 4, 6, and 12. The intent of SB 743 is to streamline environmental review for projects located within infill areas. To identify infill areas in the unincorporated areas, staff and our consultant team of Fair and Peers and Intersecting Metrics conducted a best practices review and quantitative analysis to establish a definition for infill development. This slide shows the infill areas in blue that meet the definition. Staff developed a definition of infill development based on housing density or the number of homes within a defined area, intersection density, or the number of intersections or places where two or more roads meet and cross each other, and proximity to job centers as the three criteria to define and map infill areas. Development in dense areas closer to jobs leads to more diversity in land use, demand for transit and multimodal infrastructure like walking and biking, resulting in shorter vehicle trips, reducing VMT. Using this criteria, staff mapped traffic analysis zones, or TAZs, which are defined areas in the Sandag traffic model within the unincorporated area that meet all three criteria. These areas include San Dieguito, Bonsall, Fallbrook, Ramona, Alpine, Lakeside, and the Sweetwater Spring Valley, Valley Del Oro area. The county's general plan currently has a housing capacity of up to 58,000 homes within the unincorporated area. Using a regional VMT average, there is a housing capacity of up to 1,700 homes, or 3% of the overall planned housing units within the current general plan that are located within VMT efficient areas. Within the infill areas, there is a housing capacity of up to 2,900 dwelling units, or 5% of the overall planned dwelling units under the general plan. Staff also evaluated expanding the infill areas to include two buffer options. These options were included to reduce inconsistencies in the traffic model. The buffers include adjacent areas that have similar urban characteristics and reduce the likelihood of a project on one side of the street being classified as infill and not having to do any VMT analysis or mitigation, while a project on the opposite side of the street is not VMT efficient and has to prepare a VMT analysis and propose mitigation. These buffers around infill areas capture more of the surrounding area and reduce these types of inconsistencies. The infill plus buffer option includes any adjacent traffic analysis zone in the traffic model adjacent to the infill area. This option has a housing capacity of up to 10,240 dwelling units, or 17.6% of the overall planned dwelling units under the general plan. Staff also included a village buffer option in which each of the infill areas includes the entire village area as identified in the general plan if the infill area falls within the village boundaries. The village areas were included because they were planned for higher densities and include more opportunities for housing near infill areas. This option has a housing capacity of up to 10,180 dwelling units, or 17.5% of the overall planned dwelling units under the general plan. Staff also evaluated the infill areas and buffer options in relation to high and or very high fire hazard severity zones. Similar to the board direction received during the housing element update, the board can choose to retain or remove areas mapped as high and or very high fire hazard severity zones from the infill areas. For example, if very high fire hazard zones are removed, projects located within those areas could still move forward, but would have to prepare a VMT analysis and propose mitigation. The state is currently working to update their fire hazard severity maps. We anticipate the new maps could add more high or very high fire hazard areas within the unincorporated area, which could reduce the infill areas for VMT. Staff recommends continuing to rely on the currently adopted fire hazard map and report back to the board with an update and option to use the new map if it is adopted by the state within the next 6 months. Staff is recommending adoption of the infill area option that includes the village buffer excluding areas mapped as very high fire hazard severity zones. Removal of the very high fire hazard severity zones reduce the areas that would not have to do VMT analysis, including Julian, Alpine, and Ramona. If these areas are removed, projects located in very high fire hazard severity zones could still move forward, but would require VMT analysis and mitigation. In total, this option would allow up to 8,755 homes to move forward without VMT analysis based on the general plan. Staff identified 3 options under item 1. Under option 1A, the board could allow projects within one of the above infill area options to move forward without VMT analysis or mitigation. The substantial evidence to support the infill areas would be prepared as part of a new Transportation Study Guide, or TSG. This option would take up to 6 months to implement with a one-time cost of $100,000. This is the staff recommendation for item 1. Option 1B would address concerns raised in the previous VMT litigation by conducting environmental review of the infill areas through an environmental impact report, or EIR. Environmental review is not required when a local jurisdiction adopts guidelines for CEQA review, but the thresholds must be supported by substantial evidence. Under this option, staff would prepare a programmatic EIR to analyze the VMT impacts from projects located within infill areas. An EIR would provide programmatic environmental coverage for future projects within infill areas, whereby no additional VMT analysis would be required for individual projects, as they could tier off the findings of the EIR. This option cannot be combined with option 1A. This option would take 30 to 36 months to implement with a one-time cost of $750,000. Option 1C could be combined with option 1B and would apply while the programmatic EIR is being prepared, allowing individual projects located within infill areas to be considered for a statement of overriding considerations on a case-by-case basis. Development can be encouraged within infill areas to balance the benefits of locating projects in these areas against the significant unavoidable VMT impacts by adopting a statement of overriding considerations for a project. The board will still have discretion to approve or deny a project based on the merits of each individual project, but its location within an infill area can be a significant consideration. There is no additional time or cost associated with this option.
Item 2 includes how the county can create transit opportunities within the unincorporated area. New development near major transit service is presumed to have a less than significant VMT transportation impact. These areas have been defined in SB 743 and CEQA guidelines as a transit priority area. A transit priority area is the area located within 1/2 mile of an existing major transit stop, or one planned in the Regional Transportation Plan, or RTP, for implementation within the next 5 years. Major transit services within the unincorporated area are currently limited to the Buena Creek Sprinter Station, operated by NCTD near the city of Vista. This presents a significant VMT challenge for the unincorporated area, since it includes more suburban areas with lower densities that are not served by transit, despite a population of approximately 513,000 people. For example, the unincorporated communities of Lakeside, Spring Valley, and Fallbrook have higher populations than some of the incorporated cities like Del Mar, Lemon Grove, and Coronado, but do not have the same transit options that are available in the cities. The San Diego Forward is the Regional Transportation Plan, or RTP, for the San Diego region. The RTP sets the plan, timing, and funding allocation for the region's transportation network. As the metropolitan planning organization for the San Diego region, SANDAG is responsible for developing, publishing, and implementing the region's RTP. SANDAG adopted the RTP in December 2021, which was used by county staff to identify potential opportunities to expand future transit services not identified in the RTP within the unincorporated areas through transit providers MTS and NCTD. As outlined in the RTP, Mobility hubs are locations with high concentrations of people, destinations, and travel choices like walking, biking, and transit. Mobility hubs span 1, 2, or even a few miles based on community characteristics. Mobility hubs are identified in the RTP as areas for grant opportunities and funding investments, but the funding sources for these mobility hubs have not all been identified at this time. This map identifies the RTP's proposed transit services, like Transit Leap, which consists of bus and light rail, and mobility hubs in relation to VMT-efficient areas and the infill areas previously discussed. Based on county staff's review of the RTP, additional opportunities for transit service were identified beyond what is planned in the RTP for the unincorporated area. Most of the Transit Leap services and mobility hubs identified in the RTP are located outside the unincorporated county. However, there are proposed mobility hub locations that extend into the unincorporated communities like Spring Valley, San Dieguito, North County Metro, Lakeside, and Otay Mesa. These communities are currently underserved by transit, but could support additional transit service based on their higher populations, densities, and proximity to the western boundary of the unincorporated area. Through the county staff analysis, transit opportunity areas, or TOAs, are within the unincorporated area were identified that could support future transit service through the expansion of what is currently planned in the RTP. TOAs are not currently identified in the RTP, so if directed, staff would work with SANDAG, MTS, and NCTD to plan for transit within these areas and identify additional development opportunities within the areas that expand upon the infill areas. The TOAs include San Dieguito, Sweetwater, Otay, Bonzo, Lakeside, and Valle de Oro and Spring Valley. Staff prepared the following options for the board's consideration on how the county could move forward with creating TOAs. Under option 2A, county staff would prepare a programmatic EIR to analyze the VMT impacts from projects located within TOAs. An EIR would provide programmatic environmental coverage for future projects within TOAs, so no additional VMT analysis would be required by individual projects. A statement of overriding considerations may be required if the VMT impacts associated with the development in the TOAs cannot be mitigated to a less than significant level within a certain time frame. Staff is recommending this option as part of Phase 2, which would take approximately 30 to 36 months to implement with a one-time cost of $750,000. If combined with the VMT mitigation program under option 3, the combined cost would be $1,250,000. Staff is recommending option 2.1 to be implemented in Phase 2. Under option B, until a programmatic EIR is certified, VMT impacts from projects would continue to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis, and there will still be discretion to approve or deny a project based on the merits of each individual project. But its location within a TOA can be a reason to apply overriding considerations for VMT. There is no additional cost associated with this option. Once the TOA boundaries are established, projects can use the maps on a case-by-case basis. Staff is recommending option 2B to be implemented with Phase 1.
Item 4 was to develop options for a by right development process within VMT-efficient areas. A by right approval process means that the permit process is ministerial and not subject to environmental review, including other environmental issues outside of VMT like greenhouse gas emissions, biology, and cultural resources. Ministerial permits cost less and are processed quicker, making it easier to build housing. For example, a building permit is a by right or ministerial process and involves compliance with the building code. To develop a by right program, changes to the county code would be needed to allow certain permits to be approved by right. The process of making changes to the county code to establish a by right program would require environmental review. In compliance with Assembly Bill 1397, and as part of the adoption of the housing element of the general plan in 2021, staff are developing a by right approval process for sites identified under the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA, that were relisted from the previous housing element. A total of 44 RHNA sites are eligible for the by right approval program, including up to 1,570 housing units located within the communities of Fallbrook, Lakeside, North County Metro, Buena Creek, Ramona, and Lincoln Acres. The board also directed staff to explore the feasibility of expanding the by right program to the remaining 192 RENA sites, as well as mixed use and commercial sites. The by right program would require developers to provide at least 20% affordable housing for lower income families to qualify for the by right process. Staff is currently conducting a feasibility analysis to identify specific site criteria, such as the presence of environmental or site constraints like wetlands or sensitive or endangered species that would inhibit a site from being eligible for the program. Options to expand the by right program, including eligible areas and options, will be presented to the board for further direction in 2022, separate from the board direction regarding VMT. The board could further expand the scope of a potential by right program and feasibility analysis to include additional areas. The following options were prepared for item 4. Under option 4A, staff would prepare an analysis of a by right program for VMT efficient areas to identify any environmental or site constraints that would exclude sites from program eligibility. The analysis would involve environmental studies and evaluation because it would analyze more than VMT. As a result, this option would require more time and cost to implement, with a time frame of 30 to 36 months and a one-time cost of $500,000, which would include consultant costs to prepare an analysis of environmental constraints. If the board directs implementation of this by right option in the future, it will require additional environmental review and costs that will be part of that future board action. Under option 4B, staff would study the feasibility of a by right program for infill areas and TOAs. This option could also exclude very high or high fire hazard severity zones. Staff would return to the board within 30 to 36 months with the findings and options related to a by right program. If directed, this item would include a one-time cost of $650,000, which would include consultant costs to prepare an analysis of environmental constraints. The cost for option 4B is higher than 4A because the area being analyzed is larger. If combined with option 4A, the total cost for both options would be $1 million. If the board directs implementation of this by right option in the future, it will also require additional environmental review and costs that will be part of the future board action. Under option 4C, staff would wait to develop a by right program until consideration of the Climate Action Plan update and smart growth alternatives. Staff is recommending this option. Under this option, the board would wait until after consideration of the expanded RENA by right program, CAP update, and smart growth alternatives, or other board direction, consider options to develop a sustainable land use framework to update the general plan before any study of a by right program. This option would not result in any additional costs at this time. Items 6 and 12 included identifying opportunities for changing land use densities within VMT efficient areas, development of smart growth alternatives in the CAP supplemental EIR, and options for the development of a sustainable land use framework for a general plan update. Land use densities planned in the unincorporated area are established in the general plan. Changes to land uses or densities in the general plan require a general plan amendment, or if they involve a comprehensive change, a general plan update. At the time the general plan was adopted, VMT was not required to be analyzed under CEQA and was not used as a guiding principle in the development of the land uses or densities in the general plan. As a result, new development is required to analyze VMT on a case-by-case basis, identify impacts, and adopt mitigation measures to reduce those impacts. Changes to land uses or densities in the general plan requires a comprehensive analysis that factors in more than just VMT efficiency, such as environmental constraints, infrastructure, proximity to jobs and services. For example, an area may be VMT efficient based on its proximity to urban areas and transit, but may have other constraints that limit development like biological resources or steep slopes. As stated previously, staff is recommending that the board direct the initiation of a sustainable land use framework, which would provide the opportunity to take action on updates to the general plan land use map with a consolidated approach to consider existing constraints such as infrastructure and steep slopes, and opportunities such as underutilized property in unincorporated communities, how to achieve consistency with state VMT and GHG regulations while increasing housing production in desirable locations, and additional policy considerations such as how to not exacerbate wildfire risk. In the last year, staff has gathered and evaluated a number of data and have interviewed a range of stakeholders to understand and diagnose issues that have constrained housing production. In summary, we have heard from numerous stakeholders that the existing general plan and zoning ordinance will require updates to result in production where the market supports growth and to meet the moment of increased effects from climate change. Initiation of a sustainable land use framework is recommended to consolidate efforts such as consideration of upplanning in areas located near future transit and employment centers, actions to incentivize and streamline processes for affordable housing, and the development of VMT mitigation programs. However, the sustainable land use framework is more than a collection of future land use considerations. It provides an opportunity to imagine how to better support sustainability in existing communities that may not be recipients of additional density, such as evaluating new economic development opportunities, including agri and ecotourism. The framework would begin with a discussion about it, if and how to reconsider the existing general plan principles and vision, and whether a new or revised vision should guide future land use decisions. The Sustainable Land Use Framework builds on and expands the work done to date with smart growth alternatives in the Climate Action Plan because it will incorporate smart growth principles and those areas that stakeholders identified for smart growth as foundations upon which to begin conversations about where the county may best benefit from growth in the coming decades. Staff prepared the following options for the board's considerations for item 6. Option 6A, staff would conduct additional analysis and develop potential options to increase densities within VMT efficient areas. The analysis would look at issues outside of VMT efficiency, including factors such as availability of services, environmental and physical constraints, and infrastructure. This option includes a cost of $1 million and a time frame of 30 to 36 months. Under option 6B, staff would conduct additional analysis of potential density changes within infill areas and/or TOAs. This option would also include a cost of $1 million and a time frame of 30 to 36 months. Under option 6C, the board would wait until after consideration of the CAP and smart growth alternatives to direct any study of density increases. There is no additional time or cost associated with this option. Under option 6D, staff would return to the board within 120 days with draft principles around which to envision future growth in the unincorporated area based on themes previously expressed by the board and stakeholders, identification of potential priority development areas, and a range of options for the board to act upon, including whether to undertake a comprehensive general plan update or a more focused update, and how to develop supportive programming for a range of sustainability actions. Staff would seek to combine actions directed through this effort with other long-term directed actions, such as the development of a VMT mitigation program and housing streamlining into one programmatic EIR to maximize results and reduce processing time and costs of multiple discrete efforts. Staff is recommending this option as part of Phase 1.
Category B included identifying opportunities for a VMT mitigation program. Several jurisdictions are in the process of developing VMT mitigation programs to allow new development to mitigate their transportation impacts. Statewide, only 2 jurisdictions have adopted programs, the City of Solana Beach and the City of San Diego. Other agencies around the state are investigating different VMT mitigation programs, including Los Angeles Department of Transportation and Los Angeles Metro, Western Riverside Council of Governments, WRCOG, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, MTC, and Contra Costa County. However, these jurisdictions or agencies have not yet released a draft program. Based on our consultant's analysis, the cost to reduce 1 mile of VMT within the unincorporated area is estimated to be between $10,000 and $19,000 per mile and would be used to fund improvements to sidewalks, bike lanes, and transit. VMT reducing infrastructure tends to be most effective in dense urban environments. Due to the more suburban nature of the unincorporated area, VMT reducing infrastructure tends to be less effective and more costly. Therefore, to fully mitigate VMT, the amount of reduction needed coupled with the associated costs can increase significantly the further away a project is located from the urban and suburban environment. A good example of this is the City of San Diego's recently adopted VMT fee program. Through this program, the city collects fees from new development with a VMT-related impact and invests that revenue into VMT-reducing infrastructure, such as bike facilities, sidewalks, and transit service in the areas of the city that have the highest densities and where the infrastructure will be most effective. As a result, the city's VMT fee is $1,400 per mile, which is significantly less compared to the estimates for the unincorporated area. As an example, staff estimated the VMT mitigation cost for the previously approved Smilax Townhome project located in the unincorporated area near the city of San Marcos. The Smilax project included 62 townhomes and was approved by the board in March of 2021. Depending on the type of VMT mitigation program, the cost would be approximately $3 to $7 million to fully mitigate a project like the Smilax townhomes. The following options are provided for the board's consideration on how the county can move forward and implement a VMT mitigation program. Under option 3A, the county would work with SANDAG, MTS, and NCTD to develop a regional VMT mitigation program that would help fund transit and multimodal infrastructure, reducing VMT throughout the region rather than only in the unincorporated area. As part of the program, staff would also develop a transportation demand management, or TDM, program that includes measures to decrease the number of vehicle trips from new development, reducing VMT. Under option 3B, the county would work with other jurisdictions to develop a joint program. Options A and B provide greater VMT reductions, but investments will likely not be within the unincorporated area. Staff is recommending both options, 3A and 3B, which will take up to 24 to 36 months with a one-time cost of $750,000. Under both options, the program could be an option for developers, and they can choose to opt in or opt out of the program. If a developer chooses to opt out of the program, they would still be required to identify all feasible mitigation to reduce their VMT impacts. Staff recommends implementing both option 3A and 3B. These options are not mutually exclusive and can be implemented in parallel. Under option 3C, staff would develop a county VMT mitigation program that allows for VMT reducing infrastructure to be controlled and implemented within the unincorporated area. However, the cost to fully mitigate VMT impacts within the unincorporated area may not be financially feasible, as the county does not have the VMT reducing infrastructure to fully mitigate impacts. This option would cost $500,000 and take up to 24 to 36 months.
Next is category C, which addresses items directed by the board relating to the preparation of a revised TSG for VMT and includes items 5, 7 through 11, and 13. Item 9 includes the use of a regional average for analyzing VMT as recommended by OPR. Through this action, the board could establish a regional average as part of a revised TSG, which staff is recommending. Items 5 and 13 included evaluating opportunities for affordable housing that could be included in a revised TSG. OPR recommended 100% affordable housing projects do not have to do VMT analysis or require mitigation, indicating that they are presumed to have a less than significant VMT impact. Staff evaluated affordable housing traffic information and collected data within the unincorporated area to understand if affordable housing generates less trips than market rate housing. Based on the data collected, it was determined that affordable housing projects generate less trips per day than market rate housing. As a result, projects can reduce their overall VMT by including affordable housing units instead of market rate units because the number of trips for affordable housing is lower than market rate housing. This data would be included in a revised TSG as an option available to developers to reduce their VMT. Using OPR's recommendation to reduce VMT by 15% from the regional average, staff and our consultants were able to demonstrate that projects that have 52% affordable units or more within the infill areas would meet OPR's recommendation and should not be required to do VMT analysis or mitigation. This option would only apply within infill areas and would not apply to projects with 52% affordable housing if they are proposed outside of the infill areas. Projects outside of infill areas would not have to do VMT analysis or mitigation if they have 100% affordable housing using OPR's guidance. For example, a housing project proposed in Pine Valley, which is outside the infill area, would not have to do VMT analysis if it included 100% affordable housing. But the project would have to do VMT analysis if it included less than 100% affordable housing. Item 8 relates to state guidance and monitoring the best practices of other jurisdictions. Staff continue to monitor and track state guidance related to VMT and are currently participating in a statewide working group with OPR, Caltrans, and other agencies and stakeholder groups on SB 743 implementation. Item 11 includes options for a local mobility analysis, or LMA. SB 743 preserves local government authority to identify road and access issues for new development that may require improvements. The intent of the LMA is to provide a balanced approach, considering the objectives of VMT, but also addressing local road issues and safety. The LMA would be reduced from the previous type of traffic analysis done based on level of service prior to the implementation of SB 743, in that the area evaluated is limited to a few intersections around the project with the primary focus of safety and not traffic congestion. Removal of a LMA will also require a change to the general plan and mobility element due to policies that establish level of service standards for new development. The following options have been prepared for items 7 through 11 that include preparing a revised TSG. If directed, staff would prepare a revised TSG, conduct a 30-day public review, then return to the board for consideration and adoption within 6 months. Under option 7A, the revised TSG would use a threshold based on a regional average as recommended by OPR, as well as option 7B, the small project screening criteria of 110 average daily trips, also recommended by OPR. Under option 7C, the new TSG would include screening criteria for 100% affordable housing projects as recommended by OPR. Option 7D includes additional screening criteria for 52% affordable housing projects in infill areas and would only apply if the board does not direct option 1A. Under option 7E, staff would prepare an LMA as part of the revised TSG. Staff is recommending option 7A, B, C, D, and E as part of phase 1. Options 7F and G include reducing or removing an LMA from the TSG and would require a change to the general plan and an environmental impact report, which would take up to 30 to 36 months. If the board adopts a new TSG based on staff recommendations, projects would be able to move forward if they meet any of the following criteria. The project is located within a VMT efficient area based on regional average. The project generates less than 110 ADT, which equates to 11 single-family homes or less. The project includes 100% affordable housing. The project is located a half a mile from a transit priority area, which includes the Buena Creek Sprinter Station. The project will result in redevelopment that lowers VMT. The project is a locally serving public facility, like a fire station or retail of less than 50,000 square feet. Or the project is located within the infill area identified under item 1. A project that meets any of these criteria would not have to do VMT analysis or mitigation. The project would still be required to go through the environmental review process as required by CEQA, but no additional analysis would be needed for VMT. This slide is a summary of the options for items 1, 2, 4, and 6. The staff recommendations are identified by the dashed lines. This slide is a summary of the options for items 3 and 7 through 11. The staff recommendations are also identified by the dashed lines.
As part of the analysis and development of options related to the 13 items directed by the board, staff held meetings with and sought input from community planning and sponsor groups, environmental stakeholders, business and industry groups, labor organizations, and non-governmental organizations. Staff offered to present at all community planning and sponsor group meetings, with 6 accepting the offer: Alpine, Bonsall, Fallbrook, Hamul, Dulzora, Valley Center, and Lakeside. Staff also presented to the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce and Lakeside Chamber of Commerce. At these presentations, discussions focused on how the VMT analysis would affect project applications and review, the relative difficulty of mitigating VMT impacts in rural and semi-rural settings, opportunities for transit funding based on SANDAG's Regional Transportation Plan, the difference between VMT efficient areas and infill areas, the importance of having a mechanism to make local transportation improvements, and the continued need to evaluate traffic congestion and safety. Additionally, presentations and meetings were held with environmental groups, land development industry groups, the Farm Bureau, public utility districts, investment groups, labor unions, and various associations of realtor groups. Staff has prepared short-term recommendations that could be accomplished in the next 6 months as part of Phase 1, along with longer-term options that could be accomplished in Phase 2. Phase 1 includes preparation of a revised TSG based on staff recommendations and option for further direction that would initiate the development of a sustainable land use framework for a general plan update, factoring in VMT efficient areas based on the regional average, infill areas, and transit opportunity areas. Phase 2 includes working with SANDAG and other local jurisdictions or transit agencies to develop a hybrid regional or joint VMT mitigation plan along with a local county-specific program. As part of the mitigation program, options would be included where a portion of the fees collected are spent to reduce VMT within the unincorporated area, with a priority on underserved communities and VMT reducing projects that also reduce greenhouse gas emissions. As part of the VMT mitigation program, also develop a transportation demand management ordinance for the unincorporated area that includes measures to reduce vehicle trips from new development. This option allows for more overall VMT reductions to the extent feasible, while still allowing for some investment within the unincorporated area. Preparing a programmatic EIR to analyze the VMT impacts from projects located within TOAs. An EIR would provide programmatic environmental coverage for future projects within the TOAs so that no additional VMT analysis would be required by individual projects. A statement of overriding considerations may be required if the VMT impacts associated with development in the TOAs cannot be mitigated to a less than significant level. Staff recommendations on the 13 items are provided for the board's consideration and include a phased approach to implement VMT in the unincorporated area. Phase 1 includes the preparation of a revised TSG based on a regional geography as recommended by OPR, including adoption of screening criteria for infill areas along with a village buffer option incorporating the boundaries of surrounding villages identified in the general plan, excluding very high fire hazard severity zones. This option would allow up to 8,755 planned housing units to move forward in these areas without VMT analysis. This option could be implemented within 6 months with a one-time cost of $100,000. Staff also recommends option 2B, which could be implemented while a programmatic EIR is being prepared under Phase 2. Under this option, VMT impacts from projects would continue to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis, but a project's location within a transit opportunity area, or TOA, can be a reason to apply overriding considerations. Staff is also recommending adoption of the small project and affordable housing screening criteria recommended by OPR. Staff also recommends adoption of a local mobility analysis, which is used to evaluate road operations, safety, and access, and has been reduced from the previous type of traffic analyses done based on level of service prior to the implementation of SB 743. Staff also recommends that options be prepared for further direction to inform the development of a sustainable land use framework and return to the board in 120 days. Options would include the identification of principles for sustainable development that could inform future land use decisions, and comparison of planning mechanisms to implement board-directed principles, including zoning overlays, specific plans, community plan updates, or a general plan update. Phase 2 recommendations include items that require the preparation of a programmatic environmental impact report and include development of a regional VMT mitigation program with SANDAG, the Metropolitan Transportation System, and the North County Transit District, and to work with the City of San Diego and other local jurisdictions to develop a joint program or to join an existing program like the city's. In developing the VMT mitigation program, it would allow a developer to choose whether to opt in or out of the program and could require a portion of the fees collected to be spent within the unincorporated area with a priority on underserved communities, ensuring that the mitigation fees are used to implement projects that reduce VMT in the region. As part of the VMT mitigation program, staff would also develop a transportation demand management program for the unincorporated area that includes measures to reduce vehicle trips from new development. As part of that same EIR for the VMT mitigation program, staff would also evaluate the impacts from screening out projects from VMT analysis within the transit opportunity areas. The programmatic EIR would cover both items in one document and provide programmatic environmental coverage for future projects both within the TOAs so that no additional VMT analysis would be required for individual projects. Phase 2 could be implemented within 30 to 36 months with a one-time cost of $1.125 million. Staff also held a workshop at the Planning Commission on January 7th. At the Planning Commission workshop, concerns were expressed regarding VMT mitigation fees and the impact that those will have on housing costs within the unincorporated area, impacts from climate change and greenhouse gas emissions, effects on small businesses and independent agencies like the Valley Center Municipal Water District, who obtained financing based on anticipated future development forecast in the general plan and the need to pay back that financing. What will happen to rural communities and school districts with declining enrollment if no new homes are built, and how VMT will penalize residents within the unincorporated area who do not have access to transit or other alternatives. The Planning Commission voted 6 ayes, 0 noes, 1 absent to recommend that the board direct a transportation demand management program with a programmatic EIR that includes a statement of overriding considerations, acknowledging that it is not feasible to fully mitigate VMT without increasing housing costs to the point that no one is willing to build them. The TDM program would require projects to do their part and implement a minimum number of TDM measures depending on their location, excluding projects that are located within infill areas. If that is not feasible, an applicant could pay into a fund to add TDM measures in a location where they do make sense. We will now turn the presentation over to Planning Commissioner Ginger Hitzke, who will share the Commission's recommendation and items discussed at the workshop.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Fletcher and honorable supervisors. My name is Ginger Hitzke, and I am a member of your Planning Commission. I'm going to keep my statements pretty brief. First, I would like to commend the staff for working through this process relatively quickly while also completing the necessary community outreach. This is such a big change to the way that we are looking at vehicles when they're considered in connection with anything new in the county, like places of employment and public facilities and homes. The staff had a really big task to take in the 13 different factors that the board wanted considered, and they brought it all back in a very tidy package that is pretty easy to understand given the complexity of this item. So I would just like to recognize that they did a really good job, and they did it in a relatively short period of time. So to quickly summarize what the Planning Commission discussed, I would say it is very accurate on the summary here. We did vote 6-0, which for our group, in the short period of time we've all been working together, it was a bit of a minor miracle that we were able to at least come to 6-0 on this item. We were not all entirely thrilled to work on VMT, but we were able to at least come together with a very narrow recommendation to you, which is to create a transportation demand management plan. We did discuss that having a programmatic EIR to allow a statement of overriding conditions would be necessary. Two other things really quick, or maybe just one other. One of the things that we were really vocally against was on, so if you look at page 48 of your staff report, and in the first paragraph, talking about working with SANDAG, the City of San Diego, other jurisdictions, on the face of it, we were all very vocally against that. Anything that would ship out money that the county collects or relinquish any control over the money that the county collects under VMT, we were against. However, I understand that this is, this would be the board recommending to the staff or directing the staff to come back with some mechanism to do that. And it seems like that might be okay, because it'll give us an opportunity to at least look at how that might be set up and how that wouldn't necessarily put the county at a disadvantage in this situation. That's all I have. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Hitzke. This concludes our presentation. Staff seeks board direction using the action sheet provided in attachment F to your board letter. Thank you. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Thank you all for the presentation. We've got a number of public speakers on this item. Before we go to our public speakers, one just thing out of the gate, I want to thank the staff. This has been a considerably heavy lift. The board gave a lot of things. This is a very significant change in how we operate, and there's a lot of moving pieces. I think as a board, what I would propose, obviously, the ultimate direction would be up to the entire board. But what I would propose is we hear from our public speakers, and then we have plenty of time for board members to make comments, to ask questions, to sort through this. Given the volume and significance of what we're considering, I think it would make sense for us to have a thorough vetting of this issue, to ask questions, to provide comment, to hear from the public, and that we would hold off 2 weeks actually adopting and working through specific recommendations. I think that there is a lot in this report to absorb, both for board members and our teams, but also for stakeholders out there. And invariably, even after that presentation, there's going to be a lot of questions. And so my preference would be we treat today almost as a workshop. We have the presentation, we hear from the public speakers, we have a chance for all the board members to make comments and ask questions, and then we come back in 2 weeks and essentially go through it again. And at that point, we start seeing if we can find some consensus on the specific recommendations and decisions that we have to make. And I know we want to move swiftly, and I certainly want to move swiftly, but we also want to make sure we fully understand and appreciate the impact and implications for the decisions we're making, and we give everyone a little bit more time to process through and think. And so I think that's something as a board we ought to consider, workshopping this today, discussing it, hearing from the public, asking questions, and then come back in 2 weeks with the advantage of a little more clarity and a little more time to consider recommendations. I also just want to point out that we obviously have goals that often appear to be in conflict. We need to build more housing. We need to lower VMT and address GHG and not go in very high fire prone areas. I think that the totality of what we're trying to do is how do we align those things? And how do we figure out how we can build housing in the right way? And that's what I think we're attempting to do here. And some of the things I like here is there is kind of a bridge. We know that some of these things, when you start talking about programmatic EIRs or changes to the general plan, are things that take a considerable amount of time. But we do have in front of us some options for, how we could get 8,000 to 10,000 units of housing that would be available to build now or in the next few months, where we could move forward on doing those. And I think there's often a myth that the county was just churning out units of housing in the years prior to this board being here. And the reality is that is a myth. I'm looking at the number of actual units constructed. And in the 7 years before I joined this board, Supervisor Desmond and I joined this board, in the 7 years before joining the board, the average was 663 units actually constructed each year. 663. That's it. You can look at 2011, it was 200 units. 2012, it was 376 units. 2013, 432 units. Right? There was not a machine pumping out housing in the unincorporated area before this issue arrived, and that's the reality. And so the question is, how do we build more housing than we have built before, and how do we build it in the right areas? And that's where I think that there are some opportunities in this plan to help us bridge. Hey, here's some areas where we know housing can go. We can move quickly on it. We can get it moving while we develop the long-term certainty. And ultimately, we want to do both. We need to bridge. How do we get some housing projects moving in the right area? And then how do we put in place those pieces that are going to provide that long-term certainty as both this board down the road and future boards come into this, where everyone understands how it works and where it should go. And so we've got a lot on our plate to figure out at this point. So if it's okay with board members, maybe we'll open it up. We'll hear from the public, let all the public speakers kind of walk through, give their thoughts, and then we can come back and have as much time as board members want for questions, comments, thoughts, suggestions, all of that. And then unless the majority of y'all strongly disagree, I think at that conclusion of that, then we would essentially defer taking action on this until 2 weeks and come back. So with that, let me ask the clerk to call forward the public speakers, and then when we come back, we will go to board member comments and discussions.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 38 requests to speak by phone. I'd also like to note for the record that we did receive 44 e-comments on this item. 17 were in opposition and 27 were neutral. Any members of the public that have requested to speak on this item by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. You will then have 2 minutes to address the board. Please begin by stating your name for the record. I would like to remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking, and we will begin with our first caller.
Yes, hi. My name is Craig Jones. I'd like to start off by getting everybody's attention. There's been, I hope your eyes aren't glazed over, there's been so much detail presented in the staff report, but I'm going to try to simplify this a little bit. There is no logical reason why all development proposals can't have their VMT identified and compared against the combined regional SANDAG standard. The various options that are made available in the staff report would create a veritable Swiss cheese of loopholes through which, as we all know, and let's be honest, sprawl would be driven. And sprawl means VMT, means greenhouse gases. Sprawl also does not provide affordable housing. The only way for guaranteed county affordable housing is through a stringent county-wide inclusionary housing requirement. I look forward to the further discussions, but please avoid these loopholes. It's not going to do anybody any good, and it's bad for the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Good morning. This is Brooke Miller, Land Use Attorney with Shepherd Mullen. On behalf of stakeholders in the unincorporated county, we are very concerned that the staff's recommendations will have unintended negative impacts on the future of unincorporated county communities. We ask the board to adopt the Planning Commission's 6-0 recommendation to develop a TDM-based solution to VMT mitigation in the county, as outlined in the letter dated January 5th from Urban Systems Associates, which we've submitted into the record. We also submitted a link to our full presentation on our proposal accessible via YouTube. Additional screening for info, although beneficial to some projects, is not a complete solution, as it leaves out 85% of planned housing capacity in the general plan, which must mitigate for VMT. We submitted a chart showing the impact the staff recommendation mitigation options, 3A and 3B, would have on projects in EJ and other economically disadvantaged communities. The in-county mitigation option would add fees about 50 times the current TIF to projects in EJ areas and would make housing infeasible. The staff recommended regional program would impose fees on development in the county to fund VMT reductions primarily in incorporated cities. Based on the city's fee, which does not fully mitigate VMT, this approach would add up to $18,000 per unit to the cost of housing in an EJ community. This is about 4 times the current TIF and would not provide improved mobility in the county. The city's approach also relies on TDMs and a statement of overriding considerations and was not litigated. TDMs work to reduce VMT in suburban areas, which is most of the county. A TDM requirement can be scaled to incentivize projects in priority locations by lowering the burden according to co-benefits, enabling projects to contribute to reducing VMT by improving mobility equitably, not just in cities. And existing challenges will improve.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Hi, my name is Danica Tamayo. I'm with San Diego 350, and I'm here to talk about how the county needs to stop sprawl development, stop loopholes in allowing sprawl, and make sure greenhouse gas impacts from development are properly accounted for. Because the reality is that we are living in a climate crisis. 2022 is expected to be one of the hottest years on record, and as a consequence, we're already facing a multitude of these devastating effects like extreme drought, fires, hurricanes, and now even deadly heat waves. We have to act now with the urgency of this crisis. With nearly 50% of emissions coming from transportation alone, we cannot allow sprawl development to continue increasing those emissions. Allowing this to happen is simply irresponsible to our land, our people, our children, and our children's children. This will affect greenhouse gas emissions and development in San Diego for generations to come. Our region needs your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Sanchez, and I work for CR Associates as a traffic engineer. I'm here today to make a request on behalf of a development project currently in process in the county, known as the Quest Haven Project. My request is that the Quest Haven Project be considered as an infill area. This is a site-specific development in the San Diego Community Plan area that is fully consistent with the general plan and the community plan. The project's location, immediately adjacent to San Marcos within the San Elijo community, provides access to grocery stores and other services such as restaurants and other retail opportunities. The County of San Diego Infill Areas Memorandum states that in order to consider a site as infill development, it must meet certain housing, transportation, and employment criteria. The criteria and analysis in this memorandum did not consider the Quest Haven site to be infill as it did not meet the thresholds of the housing density, intersection density, and access to employment criteria discussed in said memo. My firm, CR Associates, conducted an analysis using the criteria described in the county's memo, and it met the input criteria as follows. Housing density was identified to be approximately 1979 housing units per square mile, where the threshold identified in the memo is 385 housing units per square mile. Intersection density was identified as 133 intersections per square mile, where the threshold is 128. Access to employment was identified as having an accessibility ratio of 13.87, where the threshold is 12.7. Because of the findings in this analysis conducted by CR Associates, the Quest Haven site should be considered as an infill area according to the county standards identified in the infill areas memo. Thank you for your consideration, and I am available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Good afternoon. Christina Marquez speaking on behalf of IBEW 569 and our 3,600 electricians and power professionals. Sheriff Fletcher, thank you for your comments. You know, the staff has done a really good job on this. It's not easy, but we need to avoid these loopholes. Transportation pollution is threatening our climate and our health, especially many low-income communities of color. Now is the time to take bold action to create cleaner air and slash climate emissions. SB 743 supports California's broader climate goals by ensuring analysis and mitigation of environmental impacts under CEQA, and will aid in reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector, the state's largest source of climate pollution. The focus needs to be more on reducing sprawl and building up in urban areas close to transit and jobs, thus reducing vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. We strongly urge the county to reduce VMT in alignment with the RTP, the CAP, and SANDAG's 5 big moves, and put us on the path to a healthier, more resilient, and environmentally just future. Please refer to our coalition letter, and thank you very much for your leadership.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher. Bill Tippett, representing the Southwest Wetlands Interpretive Association. I participated in the county's SB 743 planning since its inception, and have appreciated the effort that staff has gone to try to find a way to implement SB 743. But SB 743 has to meet 3 tests according to the state. That is to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, encourage housing diversity through infill development, and improving public health through active transportation. In explaining its technical advisory, the OPR specifically states that tying VMT thresholds to GHG reduction also supports the other statutory goals. The county's TSG and any VMT exemptions should not be so lax as to exempt most of the new developments from VMT analysis and mitigation unless the county can clearly demonstrate with substantial evidence how it will achieve the 3 statutory goals. To do anything less would be a defeat of the purpose of 743. I fully support adopting the regional VMT average. It's important to note that the county's average VMT is 48% higher than the regional average. So when analyzing any exemptions, you have to use the substantial evidence criterion to justify any exemptions. The infill may work, but the village and buffers does not seem to meet the exemption, nor does the 110 ADT. I look forward to the idea of this as being a workshop and that the public will have plenty of opportunity to work on SB 743 and the short-term implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Good morning. I am Gary Arendt, General Manager of the Valley Center Municipal Water District. I have previously provided written comments on this issue. Simply put, implementing the staff recommended VMT fees will essentially strand 60% of a $30 million wastewater treatment and disposal system serving Valley Center's North and South Village areas, which are unfortunately located in a VMT inefficient area. This wastewater system was designed, financed with a state revolving fund loan, and built to specifically meet the wastewater needs of the villages. All of these actions were based upon prior San Diego County zoning decisions to create the villages and approve development densities requiring conventional wastewater treatment. Application of the very high regional VMT mitigation fee proposed by county staff would effectively stop large-scale development and dismantle the intended benefits of the village concept for Valley Center. Property owners, now unable to use their wastewater treatment capacity on what would be severely devalued land, would likely stop making their annual assessment district payments. This will cause the district severe financial hardships, up to and including the potential of defaulting on the state revolving fund loan. Given these real-world facts and circumstances in this case, properties located within Valley Center's North and South Villages must be able to achieve their previously approved build-out potential. This can be more readily achieved by the county implementing the Transportation Demand Management Ordinance recently recommended by the County of San Diego Planning Commission. In making your final determinations, please thoughtfully consider the negative impact the staff proposed VMT fees will have on the community of Valley Center, the property owners participating in the wastewater system, the district, and most importantly, the district ratepayers whom you all represent. I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment today on this critical matter.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Good morning. This is Robin Joy Maxson, Chair of the Ramona Community Planning Group in the rural unincorporated San Diego County. The implementation of VMTs to regulate and direct growth places an unfair burden on the residents of the county's outlying areas. Residents choose to live in our community because this is where they can afford to live. Also, residents live in our community because they work with the community in rural-based businesses such as wineries, poultry farms, equestrian trades, and animal rescue and therapy organizations. Many residents own significant equipment and careers related to their work, and this requires physical space for their livelihood. This is the rural workforce. With the implementation of a VMT measure, communities such as Ramona will experience an unfair burden with respect to reasonable growth of both homes and businesses. Our community structure has changed in the general plan from originally becoming the next little Temecula with a sea of rooftops throughout our valley to a jewel in the county with significant dedicated open space reserves. This changed the nature of our community's physical space for homes and businesses. We do have the space to participate in the region's need to provide additional homes, but the available land configuration has changed, and the zoning has not been adjusted to reflect this reality. Between outdated zoning, the protected fairy shrimp, the new labels of extreme wildfire risk and high VMTs, our community is in danger. When planning to meet state climate regulations, consider that the death of the community through excessive restrictions should never be a result. Preventable blight will be our future if thorough consideration of outcomes is disregarded. More time is needed to develop VMT policy and mitigation measures in order to build a thriving backcountry. Ramona needs to be included in VMT policy development to ensure a viable future. Thank you. And Ramona did have a presentation on VMTs from staff. It was in April, part of a larger general plan update.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Good morning, Chairman Fletcher and Supervisors. I am Rita Mahoney with Coleridge. I'm here today to request the District 5 State Density Bonus Quest Haven project be evaluated as an infill project. Quest Haven is fully consistent with the County General Plan and the San Dieguito Community Plan. The project proposes 76 dwelling units, with 7 of them reserved as affordable housing. The site is surrounded by development within the city of San Marcos to the north, west, and east. The project's location provides easy access to jobs, retail, and North County Transit District facilities. Please consider such proximity in the definition of infill development, as the county's current criteria does not evaluate adjacent jurisdictions and their impacts to the county area. Thank you for your consideration of these important provisions.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Jack Hsu, and today I'll be wearing 3 hats as I speak. First, my hat as a board member of the county's Air Pollution Control District. I just wanted to remind all of you that in May of this year, the CPCD board passed a resolution suggesting that the Board of Supervisors support the intent and spirit of SB 743. Next, I want to wear my hat as a council member in the city of La Mesa. La Mesa suffers from air pollution largely caused by the freeway system that cuts through our city. The vehicles that travel on those roads largely, many times, are coming from suburban developments, and that's what's causing illness in the city of La Mesa. So what you do in the unincorporated areas, how you plan for those effective. Lastly, I want to put on my hat as a former guide or a naturalist. So on this beautiful day, if you can bear with me, on this beautiful day, pretend you're driving east on Interstate 8 and exiting on East Willows Road. As you stop on the roadside and look eastward, look at the forest. In the foreground, look at the open space. This is our wilderness. This is our wilderness in San Diego. But what is happening now is the planners are asking you to look at this open space, cross out the word wilderness and open space, and replace it with the word infill. George Orwell warned us, be careful. Be careful when you redefine words. This is our open space and wilderness.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to the next caller. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bea Mittermiller, and I'm speaking for San Diego 350. The purpose, first of all, I want to thank the staff for all the work they've done and also their outreach to stakeholders. We really appreciate that. The purpose of SB 743 is to create more efficient land use, more transportation options, and reductions of greenhouse gas emissions. I urge the board to use the combined city, county, regional VMT average as defined by SANDAG for the VMT significance threshold. The staff's proposed affordable housing exemption will not produce the affordable housing requirements established by SANDAG. The board should stay with its regional housing needs assessment production targets. Also, by adopting strategies to promote density and effective transportation alternatives, not only will businesses be attracted to those areas, but greenhouse gas emission reductions will follow. We are in a climate crisis, and decisions must be made in conjunction with the future regional decarbonization framework and the county's climate action plan, which are still are in process of being developed now. Poor planning in the past has put us in this difficult situation, and we now have a chance to rectify that and secure a safe future for all. Thank you, Chair Fletcher, for pausing for 2 weeks to fully understand this issue. I suggest you take even more time to make sure that whatever is planned will be the best plan possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Hi, good morning, supervisors. My name is Katie Meyer with San Diego 350. I am in Normal Heights. I want to thank the staff for all their hard work on this, and I am calling in because I want to encourage the county to properly implement SB 743 by requiring the vehicles miles traveled metric to evaluate transportation-related impacts caused by projects. Sprawl is harmful for the environment, causes increased emissions, and results in potentially dangerous developments in high fire risk zones. We need to prioritize infill in developing near transit. We cannot allow the proposed exemptions and loopholes around sprawl projects, including general plan updates and exemptions in high fire risk areas. The environmental and vehicle miles traveled impacts must be examined for all projects. The climate crisis is here. We are already experiencing the effects, and it is January, and we are already seeing fires in California. With nearly 50% of emissions coming from transportation, we cannot allow sprawl development to continue to increase these emissions. We have to act now with the urgency of this crisis. Thank you so much. I hope the board will consider this in implementing SB 743. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Good morning. Matthew Adams with the San Diego County Building Industry Association. We're advocates for middle-income housing. The BIA provided our recommendations in writing on the options that will be discussed today. The truth be told, none of this bodes well for housing in the unincorporated area. The county data is clear. Moving to a regional threshold will limit where housing can be financially feasible to build. And well-established communities will find themselves with large swaths of land designated as VMT inefficient area, thus thereby subjected to massive impact fees. The economic impact for full mitigation under a regional threshold mandate will make housing outside VMT efficient areas too expensive to build. Homes simply cannot absorb impact fees starting at $30,000 per home. And middle-income housing, that'll be the first casualty of this new policy. The BIA urges the Board of Supervisors to do what it can to improve the regulatory environment for the areas where housing could be permitted. We ask that the county expand screening to include infill, villages, and buffers. Villages are the cornerstone of the county's general plan. They're designated for future growth. And they were done that way in exchange for the drastic downzoning that occurred east of the county water authority line. It is vital that the developable remaining areas include incentives and regulatory certainty. We ask that the county expedite the creation of by right processing, self-certification, and a mitigation program that includes a transportation demand management option. Chair Fletcher, the BIA understands these are difficult choices because these are difficult times, and we are eager to continue to work together to find a balance between VMT and housing. And lastly, we'd like to commend the county staff for their professionalism. They've conducted themselves very well on behalf of the county. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and fellow Board of Supervisors. This is Travis Lyon. I'm the chair of the Alpine Community Planning Group, and I'm speaking on its behalf. I want to ask that the board please consider the significant impacts this VMT approach will have on unincorporated communities like Alpine. The county's general plan is less than 10 years old and focused on the development of unincorporated villages. As a result, the community of Alpine has experienced moderate growth and is now home to approximately 18,000 residents. Our community values the environment. We value open space, and as a community, we've taken steps to preserve almost 400 acres of open space in the middle of our community. I think we are all in agreement that steps need to be taken to address climate change and reduction in greenhouse gases. However, these steps need to be equitable. An approach towards housing development that essentially prevents any new housing within existing communities in the unincorporated areas of the County of San Diego is not equitable. A moratorium on housing will only exacerbate our affordable housing crisis, and without middle-income housing, our enrollment in our schools will dwindle, funding will dry up, and you will choke out communities who already exist. I think it's also important to understand a number of residents in the unincorporated areas sought out that area for affordable housing and utilize some of those unincorporated villages like Valley Center, Bonsall, Ramona, Alpine as their source for retail without having to drive further distances to the incorporated cities. Again, choking off all new housing is only going to force those retailers to rethink whether or not it's equitable for them to continue to operate in those communities.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to the next caller.
Please don't take a broad-based.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Jeff Forrest. I practice land use law at Shepherd Mullen here in San Diego. I think Chairman Fletcher expressed the myth of housing production very well to kick off this meeting. We are in a housing crisis. So the county response cannot be, let's take 7 years to do a new general plan and shut down development on 85% of the land area where we plan to have development occur. We need the certainty of a TDM ordinance to allow development to solve the housing crisis now. There were several comments made about concerns about sprawl and the GHG that flows from vehicle emissions, and that that VMT reduction is a solution to that. We don't believe VMT is a solution to that. We think that electric vehicles that will be mandated for sale in the state in 2035 by our governor is the solution. It doesn't really matter how far you're driving when the emissions coming out of your tailpipe are not emitting GHGs anymore. It's been suggested that the TDM approach only reduces VMT in the county by 2%. That is not true, and it's based upon old information. On a recent project approved by both the county staff and the board, its TDMs generated an 11% reduction. In fact, state experts agree. CATCOA's December 2021 final draft GHG handbook finds that combining TDMs in a suburban area, which is most of the unincorporated county, can achieve reductions from 40 to 70% by combining on-site TDMs with plan-scale TDMs. That is what the Planning Commission's recommendation proposes. This is a legally sound approach. The city of San Diego did not get sued when it followed this approach. Moreover, unlike the unincorporated average approach that generated a lawsuit last year, this approach would be analyzed under CEQA and adopt a statement of overriding considerations, acknowledging that while TDMs do not fully mitigate impacts, the partial mitigation is feasible as it avoids conflicts with the general
Thank you. Your
demand.
time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher and members of the Board of Supervisors. This is Craig Benedetto speaking on behalf of NAIOP San Diego, the Commercial Real Estate Association. I'd like to echo the comments that were just made by Mr. Forrest. We believe a TDM-based program coupled with an environmental review and a statement of overriding consideration would get us past this cycle of litigation that seems to be driving these discussions and some of the recommendations. I want to make sure that you keep in mind that a TDM program is not a key to unlocking rampant development in the backcountry. It is a modest means to provide options that also help meet some of the board's objectives, like mobility measures in areas that have not benefited from that kind of investment. This is more equitable and a fairer way to approach it. It will still significantly narrow how much and where development can occur. As Mr. Forrest just said, the city of San Diego saw the value of this type of program and adopted their program with near universal acclaim and no lawsuits. We hope the county will consider the same and give the surprisingly unanimous support the Planning Commission put forward, as Ms. Hiskey identified, give their motion some consideration. To quote Dune, which seems somewhat contemporary, or to paraphrase it, let's not let fear, in this case of litigation, drive bad decisions. Let's not let fear be the mind killer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Hello, Chair Fletcher and Board of Supervisors. My name is Angelique Kalanog, representing the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item today, and I first want to acknowledge that the county staff has been so responsive to everyone's concerns, and we also appreciate you, the board, for the amount of time that you've dedicated to this complex issue. Among other aspects, the serious lack of middle market attainable housing has caused a tremendous outflux of folks to Riverside County. Housing inventory still remains very low, and the median home price in San Diego continues to be outrageously high at nearly $750,000. This is a price that working families, retirees, and millennial renters such as myself cannot obtain. We understand the need to comply with SB 743. However, the update provided today emphasizes the concern that the Chamber has that new, stricter regulations will affect the ability to provide affordable and accessible housing that can be found elsewhere. I do want to highlight that option 1A has the potential to allow more homes, and so we hope that the board considers that. In addition, I also echo the comments to create a reasonable VMT mitigation program and TDM plan. Today's item is complex, and we're happy to see that the board will take time to evaluate these options. I hope that you review these through the lens of ensuring more housing gets built for those who need it most. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher, members of the board, Dan Silver, Endangered Habitats League. We generally agree with the phased approach. It is logical and orderly. Regarding the screening criteria, we believe that whatever is adopted needs to be sunsetted following the EIR for VMT mitigation. These exemptions would not need to continue after that point. Secondly, the infill makes sense. I'm not sure going beyond it to the village makes sense. The total amount of Sandag 2050 projected growth is about 7,500 units, and that's about the same amount as in the infill plus village. Maybe there's reasons why you need more than the 2,500 from the infill alone, but that should be justified. It is critical to exclude the fire hazard zones as staff is recommending. But there's certainly more than ample, if not excessive, capacity within the staff proposal. The biggest flaw is the 110 ADT, which is the fault of OPR. It doesn't take into account that trips are much longer in the unincorporated area than in cities. And we suggest that instead of a 10 to 11 unit exemption, it go down to the level of a minor subdivision of 4 units. We otherwise agree with going forward with the VMT mitigation EIR and the rest of the staff recommendations. I'm very skeptical about TDM. I see it over and over again in the developer proposed sprawl projects. It is speculative, it is weak, it is wishful thinking. It's mostly been a fig leaf on sprawl development, and I would be very skeptical of relying on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Lori Filer. Chair Fletcher and board, implementing SB 743 on a region-wide basis is disastrous for housing. The county has a general plan that supports our villages. Employees at one of the casinos near Valley Center should have the opportunity to live near their work. Eliminating housing in the unincorporated area will continue to force middle-income families to find housing in Riverside County, exacerbating a poor quality of life for their family experience with a very long commute, which is really contrary to the goal of SB 743. Building an environment where families can thrive first requires access to decent and affordable housing, and that should be our highest priority. Implementing SB 743 such that no housing can be built in the unincorporated area denies thousands of families access to predominantly middle-income housing. The county has capacity to build thousands of water-wise, energy-efficient, and fire-safe middle-income housing. That is more than the existing stock of housing, which is predominantly not water-wise, energy-efficient, or fire-safe. The Building Association has submitted a very long letter with our recommendations and support for some of the proposals, and we very much appreciate the work of the county staff. They have reached out and walked us through all of their work. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Audra, wow, so this is terrifying what you guys are doing. I mean, how are you going to implement all these things? You have a 90% shortfall on all of your projects, yet you want to create 8,000 to 10,000 units. You can't even complete 400. So for you to be doing this, I mean, if people can't see what you're really doing, you're dictating when people can travel. Like, this is a very loaded agenda item. It is full of a lot of control and, implementing of things that there is no climate change crisis. And the fact that you guys are using this to drive people into densely populated areas, to, keep us from traveling, because then you have more control over the people. Well, how are you going to get people out of those unincorporated areas into these densely populated areas? Fires, like, you're going to, create fires so that they have to move to a different area. I mean, you want people to walk and bike places and use public transit. Nobody uses public transit right now. This is going down the line of social credit score. I mean, so what are they going to tell people if you want to travel on those, public transit, you're going to have to be vaxxed then? Or you're going to have to use biometrics? Like, all of this is terrifying. If people can't see that this is seriously about controlling the people and making sure that we're in a space where they can have their eyes on us, then you've lost your mind, because this is not something that we should even be thinking about doing. But this is like leading to, I guess that's why China owns San Diego and California, right? Because then you're just going to implement all the things that they do. But yeah, if you start making people put some kind of meter in their car to, see how far they're traveling and where they're traveling, that's not even funny. It's just actually terrifying.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Steve Gelb. My name is Steve Gelb. I live in Chair Fletcher's district. I'm with San Diego 350. As staff have reported correctly, and others as well, the intent behind SB 743 was to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve public health by shifting transportation load share from cars to alternative forms of mobility. We've made only minimal progress so far, and TDM in itself will not change this. And I appreciate the comment by a previous caller that it appears to be a fig leaf to allow more sprawl development. The county needs to properly implement state law by requiring the vehicle miles traveled metric to evaluate transportation-related impacts caused by projects. We should support development and transportation alternatives which will reduce associated greenhouse emissions. Please use the combined city-county regional VMT average as defined by SANDAG for the VMT significance threshold. And I also agree with other comments that have been made that areas designated as village are not appropriate for infill housing exemptions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Hello, this is Chris Anderson. As the 2022 president of the Greater San Diego Association of Realtors, I am proud to represent the largest trade association in San Diego County with more than 20,000 members throughout the region. As a realtor, I have lived in Ramona for the past 37 years, and I have great concerns with the vehicle miles traveled regulations under consideration. Unlike the cities throughout our region that have an established urban core, our county communities are comprised of villages dotting the entire region. I take great pride in the fact that I served for 14 years on the Ramona Community Planning Group during and through the entire general plan update. We did take the time, an unbelievable amount of time, to take the effort to figure out where we were going to be planning the actual growth in Ramona and the other areas of the county. I also represent many people, individuals in communities that have a dream of home ownership. Too many believe that it is an impossible goal and it is only for a select few. Fortunately, our county lands have historically offered new opportunities for ownership, especially for those large families or ones that need additional space. We usually call that, in my profession, you drive till you qualify. So if you're at the coast, you probably can't qualify there. You just keep going inland. You'll end up in Ramona and some other beautiful areas like Alpine Valley Center, and you can qualify. So by doing this, you're going to be depleting the inventory for people to qualify to actually have home ownership. Our region saw a 24.4% gain in home prices over the last year, making our region among the fastest growing. These prices are largely driven by record low inventory, which continues to plague our region. The primary issue is our inability to produce the housing needed to keep pace with the demand. And as Chairman Supervisor Fletcher stated.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Board of Supervisors. Catherine Pevitt with Chatton Brown, Carson, and Mentir. On behalf of the Sierra Club San Diego chapter, we first express strong support for the county's use of a regional countywide VMT baseline. We also support the recommended exclusion of very high fire zones from the screening exemptions. However, the options recommended by staff today still fall short of what is needed to reduce the county VMT in line with SB 743's goals and undermine the use of the regional efficiency baseline. The areas qualifying for the infill exemption are overly broad and inappropriately include designated villages from the outdated general plan. Options including buffer areas for the infill screening exemptions are also problematic, and the record does not provide substantial evidence to support their use as set out in the board letter as VMT efficient. Staff's recommended screening criteria would allow over 8,700 homes to move forward without any VMT analysis or mitigation, yet the Sandag Regional Plan in recent RENA cycle only allocates 6,700 units. The infill exemption must be modified to exclude high VMT and low density areas. Looking big picture, infill screening exemptions are not a long-term solution, and there needs to be a sunset provision. The county needs to update its general plan to incorporate the sustainable land use framework that does not facilitate development in efficient VMT areas and must not allow for these screening exemptions long-term. We request that the board ensure that proposed options, including to update the general plan, coordinate alongside the CAP update and the smart growth alternative, that they should proceed in step to ensure consistency and efficiency. We also dispute that the proposed revised TSG is not subject to CEQA, particularly if the staff's recommendations to by right permitting and infill exemptions in non-inefficient VMT areas are accepted. Finally, Sierra Club concurs with the comments provided by SERP and CNFS. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Hannah Bay. I'm the Executive Director of the San Diego County Farm Bureau. Before I say my comments, I want to applaud county staff for being excellent during a very challenging topic in interacting with stakeholders, and I'd like to request that the supervisors ensure during the budgetary process that we are providing competitive salaries to our staff so that we can retain them. On behalf of the San Diego County Farm Bureau, our 1,600 dues-paying members in the 5,000 farms in the county, I am speaking to express our grave concerns related to the VMT proposal. This proposal will be catastrophic for San Diego's agricultural industry. We are requesting that the supervisors take the following actions related to VMT to prevent the collapse of the agricultural industry. Number one, the county must adopt the Office of Planning and Research's recommendation that allows agricultural projects to conduct a qualitative analysis for VMT. The updated transportation study guide must include language specifically allowing for a qualitative analysis approach for agricultural projects. Under all scenarios, implementing the VMT proposal will result in infeasible mitigation requirements for all agricultural projects. For this reason, the county must complete a programmatic EIR so that VMT related to agriculture can be determined significant and unmitigable and issued an associated statement of overriding conditions. A local mitigation program should be implemented to prevent individual farmers from having to pay excessive VMT mitigation fees when expanding or building new agricultural projects. The county also needs to obtain viable traffic count and traffic generation data for agricultural projects in the unincorporated county. This data does not currently exist. We appreciate your consideration in our comments.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Good morning, still, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. This is Livia Borak-Bowden. I'm a partner at Coast Law Group and attorney for Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation, or CERF. I'd like to echo the comments thanking staff for their outreach to us and the rest of the community, and we would like to express our strong support for the movement to a regional VMT baseline as directed by OPNR. I don't envy your position and realize your difficult task in balancing various interests, especially after hearing your most dedicated public commenter call you evil murderers. But SURF believes balancing the needs of the environment and development is possible, but it must be done within the construct of the law, specifically SB 743 and CEQA. Many of the options before you today neither strike that balance nor comply with the law. The county's VMT guidelines are CEQA thresholds of significance. Any development incentivized through streamlining must not result in a transportation impact. The 110 ADT small project screening criteria and infill exemption in particular are most troubling. If we want to incentivize more housing, we need to do it where it doesn't result in negative impacts. Increasing density along the western edge and urban boundary not only puts more housing in VMT efficient areas, where today over a quarter of the county's RENA obligations can be met, it also builds density where it can be served by transit. We should be upzoning these areas as quickly as possible and exempting them from local mobility analysis, which is really traffic mitigation masquerading as a safety study. Putting more single-family housing into VMT inefficient areas in the hopes that they'll create the density we need to support more transit, get us out of our cars, and lower VMT is not the answer. There's no evidence in the record that the county's proposed infill housing exemption will do anything but increase VMT. This is exactly the environmental impact a threshold of significance is intended to capture and mitigate, not
Thank you.
exempt.
Your time is up. Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Good morning, supervisors and county staff. My name is Rita Clement. I'm a volunteer with San Diego 350, which is part of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. I live in Nora Vargas District 1. I had to evacuate in 2003 because I live in a high fire risk area. The county should not change its general plan and allow loopholes to approve sprawl development projects or limit examining their environmental impact. All projects should be subject to review by the same standards around environmental impact. We appreciate that the county is not allowing exemptions in some high fire risk areas. Given the increased wildfire threats now evident from ongoing climate change, sprawl development is dangerous in many areas. Developments looking to be located in high fire severity areas should not be allowed to be exempted. And I'd like to thank the staff for their outstanding outreach into the community with stakeholders and also for this excellent report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Apodaca, and I'm with the 200 for Home Ownership. We're a statewide nonprofit advocating for attainable home ownership. It's a well-known fact that home ownership is the pathway out of poverty. Home ownership is the cornerstone of the California dream. The VMT policy is really intended to be a climate change measure to reduce greenhouse gas from passenger cars. Simply stated, the policy is designed so that people will not use their car to go to work, take children to school, buy groceries, go to doctor appointments, or just flat out just not use your car. The super fee will assess the developer a fee, and the developer will pass that on to the buyer. So depending on the location, it could be as low as $30,000 and as much as $900,000 per home. At $30,000, that already, a lot of these new homes, quite frankly, are not affordable for essential workers, teachers, nurses. And so if you start adding $30,000 to it, for sure it puts them out of the price range. So it's going to slow down housing production, and with that, there's going to be a higher demand for existing homes, and those prices will go up, and it's just going to get out of control. It's already out of control. So most people know that California's acute housing shortage and high costs are the reason we have the nation's highest poverty rate and the nation's highest homeless rate. San Diegans are not exempt from the poverty rate. These statistics are embarrassing, but they don't really convey the pain and suffering of more than 10 million residents who cannot afford to pay for basic living expenses. The vast majority of these victims of the housing and poverty crisis are Latinos, blacks, Asians, and other ethnic minorities, along with more than 1 million white families.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I ask you
Go to the next caller. Thank you.
I ask you to.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Castle, CEO of the Lakeside Chamber and the Director of the Backcountry Economic Development Council. Collectively, we represent over 16,000 businesses and over 125,000 constituents. I'd like to start by thanking county staff for their time in researching the impact this VMT ordinance could have on our communities and doing their due diligence and making some adjustments. I acknowledge the differences between the first presentation we heard compared to this current proposal that recognizes the challenges VMT will cause in the unincorporated areas of San Diego. But even with these changes, the community of Lakeside and East County is still opposed to the Board of Supervisors moving forward with the proposed VMT ordinance. Now is not the time to create any obstacles that make housing less affordable. This ordinance will create an even greater shortage than what we face now. Discouraging developers from building housing will have a greater impact on families of lower income than higher income. Adopting the proposed VMT ordinance will impact jobs, especially within the construction industries, which will trickle down into our economies, our community's economic stability. Cost of living will increase even more than it has recently, and this ordinance will negatively impact school districts. Housing shortages do affect school districts. Lakeside School District is already seeing a decrease in enrollment due to lack of available and affordable housing. It is well known people are moving out of state because they can no longer afford the cost of living in San Diego County or California. Please do not adopt this VMT. Again, now is not the time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. This is Madison Coleman with Climate Action Campaign. I'll keep my comments brief and say that CAC has consistently opposed backcountry sprawl at the county level. SB 743 implementation must be consistent with the CAP and regional decarbonization framework. We support the use of regional average VMT for the new transportation study guide. However, we oppose the use of the overbroad infill and village map as screening criteria, which is mostly VMT inefficient, and the 110 average daily trip small project criteria as well. Both options would allow far too many general plan units to escape any VMT analysis or mitigation, despite including huge amounts of transportation emissions. The only way to achieve zero carbon is to stop sprawl, while building ample, affordable housing near jobs and transit aligned with SANDAG's 2021 regional plan. Thank you to staff, and we look forward to future collaboration on this important initiative.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Good afternoon, Chair Fletchers and members of the board. My name is Victor Avina, and I'm calling to implore a thoughtful approach to VMT. You have the very challenging position of having to square a moral obligation to provide housing with curbing climate change. I'd like to thank staff for tackling what is a profoundly important and complex policy. As you know, housing production has an incredibly tough path to success in this state. Abuses of CEQA, onerous obligations, and a powerful not-in-my-backyard contingent are just a few obstacles to providing housing. As you consider VMT, I ask that you consider prudent approaches like adopting a VMT screening area that includes infill areas along with their surrounding village, as staff is recommending, increasing density in villages to the extent possible, and adopting a robust VMT mitigation program. Please take into account our dire need for housing as you make your decision as it regards to VMT. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Good afternoon. It's Jim Whalen, J. Whalen Associates, and I'm here on behalf of Warner Springs Ranch Resort, and I sent a letter a little bit earlier on this. As the board knows and has heard, the home building community opposes the draconian implementation of SB 743. And it's fairly clear the result will be to strongly deter residential development in the unincorporated area. But it appears the ship is sailing. I want to thank county staff again, as others have, for laying out the issues so well, and they deserve our praise. As one measure that could assist in reducing BMT and greenhouse gas, the Warner Springs Ranch Resort proposes to offer private transit as a mitigation measure. This hasn't been talked about very much, and I want to make sure it gets heard. There will never be public transit in most of the unincorporated area, even though everyone pays for it, which seems very unfair. The request here is to please direct staff to add private transit as a mitigation measure immediately, not in the future as proposed. And it's just two asides on policy larger issues. I'd pose the question as to whether a project that can prove it's carbon neutral can be exempted from the VMT regulations. And also, again, recognizing our land use patterns, I recommend we amend SB 743 to get electric cars as mitigation in areas with no transit. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a good day.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Good morning. My name is Emily Caldwell, and I work for T&B Planning. I am here today to make a request on behalf of a project currently in process at the county known as the Quest Haven Project. My request is that the Quest Haven Project be considered as an infill area. This is a site-specific development in the San Dieguito Community Plan area that is fully consistent with the general plan and community plan. As Rita Mahoney previously mentioned, this project proposes 76 dwelling units, with 7 of these units reserved as affordable housing units. The project site is surrounded by development within the city of San Marcos to the north, west, and east. The project's location provides access to services as well as North County Transit District facilities. The Infill Areas Memorandum states that in order to consider a site as infill development, it must meet certain housing, transportation, and employment criteria. The criterion analysis in this memorandum did not evaluate how adjacent jurisdictions impact county areas. For example, existing infill in San Marcos is not considered when determining if projects like Quest Haven are an infill area or not. When considering existing development in San Marcos, the Quest Haven project would meet each criterion outlined in the memorandum and would be considered an infill area. In other words, the Quest Haven project is in an infill area, even though the infill is located outside of the county's jurisdiction. I am asking that the board consider expanding the evaluation of infill areas to account for development conditions in adjacent jurisdictions. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
David Grubb. Good morning, Chair Fletcher and Supervisors. David Grubb, Transportation Chair of Sierra Club San Diego. As the staff has shown, the harsh reality is that there will be very little development in the unincorporated county in the foreseeable future. All 3 branches of state government, the governor, the legislature, and the courts, have made it clear over and over that it is time to get serious about stabilizing the climate. Between the concerns over high and very high fire hazards on one hand and the restrictions on BMT on the other, the land area available for development is restricted to a narrow band adjacent to the incorporated cities. That reality has put your staff in a very difficult position. They are under pressure to provide housing and under pressure to reduce VMT. And the direction they have received from the board has not always been as clear as it could have been. Their understandable but incorrect response has been to look for ways to push the envelope, fiddle with definitions in a futile attempt to allow more development in the unincorporated county. Some of the recommendations they put forward to you today end with a need for a statement of overriding considerations. There are no considerations that can override the need to stabilize the climate. I recommend that as you read the staff report, everywhere it says statement of overriding considerations, insert the phrase followed by litigation. I urge you to direct your staff to take a new approach, look for ways to reduce VMT in selected areas of the county to the level that will allow some development. The best way to do that is to provide alternatives to driving, primarily various forms of transit. All mitigation.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Should be devoted.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Cassie Ferris. Hi. The county needs to properly implement state law by requiring the VMT metric to evaluate transportation-related impacts caused by projects. San Diego has been built on the backbone of sprawl development that is highly energy inefficient and greatly contributes to higher VMT levels. Renewable energy is not inherently sustainable. We need to implement efficient development like infill with green energy and effective transportation alternatives. Affordable housing is dependent on reliable transportation systems. In order to meet San Diego's housing needs and greenhouse gas goals, the city and county need to institute and continue to invest in improvements to public transit, establishing an urban growth boundary to protect what's left of the Cleveland National Forest and our natural land, and build up rather than build out. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Hi, this is Barbara Giederix. I am with San Diego 350, and I would like to encourage you to prioritize transit and active transportation, and definitely do everything you can to stabilize the climate. That is really the most important thing we have to do at this point. And also, affordable housing without transportation that is not reliable on cars is almost impossible. It is so expensive to own a car that adding that to the cost of housing does not make sense in the unincorporated areas. So to have really truly affordable housing, it would have to be in a more urban area where transit and active transportation are possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chair Fletcher, that concludes public testimony on this item today.
All right. Thank you to everyone who called in. Let's go to board members. I think there'll probably be a lot of thoughts. I have some additional comments, but I want to give all the members of the board an opportunity to speak. And again, I think the best path for us here is discuss, question, investigate, thought, and then come back in 2 weeks at our next meeting and be prepared to kind of try and land the plane on some of these recommendations, but give everyone a little opportunity to work through it. But let me go first to Supervisor Wasson-Reamer, and then I'll go to Supervisor Desmond, and then anyone else who wishes to speak.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Chair Fletcher. And I'm happy to support your approach to give ourselves a couple weeks for folks to sort through all this information. I think there's a lot here, and we obviously want to get to the right decision. So I think that makes sense. So first of all, I just want to begin with just acknowledging and thanking staff for their extraordinary work here. This is a lot of analysis, a lot of work. And, you know, I was just really grateful to hear from all the stakeholders who called in how much they felt they had been listened to and heard in the staff consultative process. Because there's just a lot of various interests, and they all need to be taken into account. They're all important. I mean, the team, the staff team, Sarah, your team, you all have just done an extraordinary job here. So really want to thank you for all your hard work on so many levels. So I'm just going to share some of my few initial impressions and thoughts, and then I have a couple questions. So I think in general, I think this phased approach you've described with first establishing this geography in the TSG framework, then working with the partner jurisdictions to develop the VMT mitigation program, and then finally culminating a sustainability informed general plan update, sort of that three-phase approach, I think is very thoughtful, very orderly, and kind of creates order out of a lot of chaos here. So I think that makes a ton of sense. I really thought you did a great, thoughtful deep dive on option 7C, which looked at exempting 100% affordable housing, no matter where it was built. I thought that's really thoughtful. And I also thought your work on option 7D was really thoughtful, where you looked at the data. It was really a data-driven approach, where you actually looked at what would get units below the VMT threshold. And looking at the data, you could see that any development that's 52% affordable or more in the infill areas would be VMT efficient in any case and should be exempt. So I thought that was also, I just really appreciated. I thought that kind of gets to what my priorities are here, right? Which is protecting our climate and preserving and championing our ability to build affordable units. And I think that option 7D does both in a data-driven way. So I thought that was great. I think you also did great work on the mitigation phase, specifically 3A and 3B in terms of working with SANDAG, MTS, City of San Diego, and other jurisdictions to make a plan. Because as we know, and as you all point out in your staff report, it's almost impossible for us to actually mitigate within the county boundaries itself. And so it makes perfect sense to work with SANDAG, MTS, the City of San Diego, et cetera, to create a mitigation plan so that there's real options and opportunities for us to mitigate, or else our hands are tied. And I also think option 6C, which doesn't put the cart before the horse, but really tries to make sure we're in alignment with the court-mandated climate action plan, seems pretty wise. So I think those are all things I think I just wanted to uplift. I also appreciated your thoughtful approach in regards to identifying these transit opportunity areas, right? Which is these areas that are planned to be VMT efficient and higher density in the next decade, based on SANDAG's regional transportation plan. As sort of specified in options 2A and 2B. I have a request that I think, and some questions that I think will probably require a couple weeks to report back. So I'm gonna put those out there right now. And if you have them today, if you have those answers today, great. But I would imagine this is gonna be questions you'll be able to answer in 2 weeks when we come back for consideration. So my first request would be to better understand or have on the table an additional option in the first phase. As I think all my colleagues know, I've been a proponent of aligning with OPR technical advisory from the beginning. And of course I remain so. 743 is state law, and it gives OPR the power to prepare implementation guidelines. So if we depart from OPR technical guidance, then we make ourselves vulnerable to a lawsuit. And I don't want us to end up back in court, which is almost certainly what will happen if we adopt an approach that deviates from OPR technical guidance, and this approach doesn't have significant input and buy-in from likely litigants. I think we all continuously talk on this board about the same goals. We need to take action to protect our climate, and we need action to encourage affordable housing near schools and jobs and amenities in San Diego County. The Transportation Study Guide is an exemption document, and without it, developers do not have the certainty they need to build infill, transit-supported, affordable housing projects that we need them to build. So we need a TSG as soon as possible. Unfortunately, I do think that all the options that do not fully align with OPR technical guidance, which is the non-VMT efficient infill plus buffer, and infill plus village options, are likely to land us in court, which increases uncertainty and delay. My view is we're almost certain to get sued under option 1A, for example. So I think that the first thing that I'd like to ask is to have an additional option to consider, to believe that would likely not trigger litigation. And so toward that end, I would like to ask staff to include an option that includes exemptions for non-VMT efficient infill and potentially adjacent areas within the urban growth boundary. And what I mean by the urban growth boundary is the areas of our county that may not be VMT efficient now or in the immediate future, but are likely to become so in the 10 to 15 year range once we get bus rapid transit and other SANDEC investments moving. So I envision exemptions, for example, in the southwest edge of our urban core, East Otay, Sweetwater, Spring Valley, Valle de Oro, perhaps Southwest Lakeside, Southeast Escondido, et cetera. And I think this option may entail overlaying the infill option with the TOA option. I have some additional questions, but I've been talking a long time, so maybe I'll stop there, ask staff if they need me to clarify anything before I move on with my additional questions.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer, we could come back within the next couple of weeks with a different option based on what you just proposed in terms of kind of defining an urban growth boundary, looking at where future transit service would take place. It will probably further limit those infill areas, but we could certainly put that together and bring it back in 2 weeks for the board's consideration.
I think that would be very helpful. I mean, I think you've done a lot of really thoughtful work on this, these TOA options, which I thought this seemed to make a lot of sense. And so I think they're basically looking at potentially, I don't want to, predetermine it, but it's probably something like an overlay of the TOA approach with the infill approach, something like that.
Supervisor, that sounds exactly what we would probably do, is take a look at those TOAs and overlay them with the infill areas and see where there is overlap, and then exclude the areas that are outside of those planned transit opportunity areas.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be very helpful to have that as an additional option. So thank you. And again, speculating, we're just sort of looking at what looks likely, it's probably going to be East Otay, Sweetwater, Spring Valley, et cetera. So I think I also wanted to ask for some additional data. I think since we are all very concerned about building affordable housing, I wanted to request the following information to inform our discussion in 2 weeks. And if you can't get this exact information, something kind of approximate would be really helpful. So why don't I kind of go ahead and list what I'm looking at, and then you can let me know if this seems feasible. I'm interested in the percent of new homes sold over the last, say, 3 or 5 years in the infill areas that were at or below 100% of median income. I'm interested in the same question for the homes in the buffer areas. So the percent of new homes sold in the last 3 or 5 years in the buffer areas that were at or below 100% of median income. And I'm also interested similarly in the same question for the village areas, and as well as the average cost of new homes sold over the last 3 or 5 years in the proposed infill, proposed buffer, and proposed village and actual village areas. Does that make sense? I mean, does that feel like something we could, basically trying to just get a better picture of when we're talking about affordable housing, how many units are being sold and what percentage of those units, of the units that we're producing, are affordable in these areas that would require us violating OPR technical guidance.
Supervisor, we could certainly research it. We do not track the sale prices of homes, but we could do some research to see if that information is readily available. Now we would be able to define which housing was approved at affordable rates, so we could identify the affordable housing projects within those locations, and then we could identify the market rate housing within those locations, and then we will certainly try to identify and kind of come up with the estimated sales price for the homes.
I think that's mostly the estimated sales price, right? Because I think at the end of the day, what I'm interested in is making sure we're building affordable housing. And so the last thing I want to do is move forward with something that's going to get us sued and land us in court because we're violating OPR and state law, but is not even achieving our policy goals because the average cost of those homes that are being sold are not affordable. And that, I think, is my big concern. So I just better having data on, what are the costs of these homes that are likely to be built in these areas that would require us to violate state law or potentially violate state law in order to build would be great. And then I guess I just had a couple additional comments. I think just looking at the report, everything is so data-driven and so thoughtful, except for this piece about the buffer areas, which is a very ill-defined and lacks the clear definition and conceptual rigor used for the infill areas. I mean, this buffer area piece, it seems slippery. I guess it seems to me like it would be a quite easy target for litigation because the staff report says that the buffer shares similar characteristics as the infill, but by my read, that's basically impossible because if it shared similar characteristics, then it would have met the definition of infill and would have been defined as infill in the first place. So I guess that's just a concern I have that if the buffer area is the same as the infill, they would have been defined as infill. So this seems probably very difficult to justify with substantial evidence and sort of ripe for making us a litigation target. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Supervisor, the buffer options were provided to try to eliminate inconsistencies that we see in the traffic modeling. For example, we've seen projects come in where a project on one side of the street is VMT efficient and can move forward without any analysis or mitigation, whereas a project on the other side of the street, when you look at it from an aerial view, looks exactly the same, but isn't VMT efficient and has to go through that analysis and propose mitigation. A lot of the reason for this is some of those properties being undeveloped, they actually kind of change the actual average VMT in the area. So they automatically kind of skew and aren't considered infill. So if you were to factor in that those sites that are undeveloped were developed, they would likely qualify as infill. That's why we kind of identified and increased these areas to capture more of those vacant properties that do have similar characteristics, but didn't necessarily meet that defined infill definition.
That's extremely helpful. I think what would be really useful is, maybe to have a little bit more clarity on when what similar characteristics you're looking at. So for example, if you're saying, here's a parcel that would have otherwise been developed, or, just a little, because by my read, when I'm reading this, you have this really thoughtful and rigorous set of definitions around infill, and then practically triple the area that would be available for development around something that's it's sort of similar. And what does sort of similar mean? It seems very slippery. So your answer made tons of sense. I think it would just be helpful to have a little bit more rigor as we kind of think about, what would be included or would be similar to infill, so that it doesn't become just something that can't be defended.
Supervisor Wasserman, we will put that together and bring that back in 2 weeks.
Great. Honestly, I probably will have some more responses to when my colleagues get an opportunity to speak. I just really honestly want to thank staff again for all your work on this. And, I am so strongly in support of taking action, urgent action in San Diego County to do everything we can on climate action. And I'm equally committed to doing everything we can to address our affordable housing crisis. And I think meeting these dual important objectives in a way that makes the whole more than the sum of the parts, that they're not competing with each other, but actually that there are synergies between these two objectives that can meet all of our needs in San Diego is certainly my goal. And I'm just really happy that we can move this forward today. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. I come from a little different perspective on this, but I want to also thank staff. I mean, this took a lot of time, a lot of effort with all the different options and all the analysis that went into this and the maps and presentation. Thank you very much. I think I counted it was like a 58-page PowerPoint. So as much as I loathe PowerPoints, this was a good one. I also kind of like the format where Ginger Hitzke, or one of the planning commissioners, gave their perspective on coming forward. So I like that. So that would be maybe in the future, if that's beneficial. I think as a board member, I like hearing that perspective as well. We did. I'm not a big fan of VMT, but it's here, and so we've got to deal with it. And I think chasing transit and buses are not really the wave of the future. I think it's going to be more autonomous vehicles, technology with our usage, better using our roads and infrastructure in a better way instead of trying to put people in transit, I think is kind of a futile cause in the long run. And we also, we heard about the low number of housing proposed to be built in the unincorporated area and actually built in the last decade or so, the low number of housing. But what we don't point out is the thousands of houses that have been built in Temecula, the thousands of houses that have been built into Marietta, the thousands of houses being built in Hemet, the thousands of people who have dual citizenship or work visas that come across the border every day because they can't afford to live here in San Diego County. In North County, which I represent, I talked to most of our police, our law enforcement, fire personnel. They all live, not all, the majority of them live in Riverside County, and they make that commute. I talked to the general at Camp Pendleton. He says he's got a big problem with many of his young families who have to live in Hemet to get to San Diego County. So we just keep, by putting more costs and more regulations out there, we exacerbate our housing problem and the housing costs. This is, Sandag allocated the county 6,600 houses to build between now and 2028. There was over 170,000 houses given to San Diego County. So 165,000 housing units supposedly are going to be built between now and 2028 in San Diego County. And we all say, okay, make them infill projects next to transit. I've got the one transit stop and, Sprinter stop in the whole unincorporated area here just outside of Vista. And that's proving very difficult. So, I think greenhouse, I'm all in favor of cleaning up the greenhouse gases. My mother taught me, clean up your mess. So I'm in favor of cleaning up greenhouse gases, but I don't think the VMT is going to be doing that. I think the electric vehicles and different types of vehicles are going to be able to do that. And I'm in favor of the regulation of converting to electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles, but I think our roadways, and when you look at our young kids in the next generation, they're on their phones all the time. And or on their electronic material or devices, they're going to summon a car to come and get them and take them to wherever they're going to go. They're already doing it with Uber and Lyft and things like that, which is smarter than we were when I was younger and drinking. But it's a much better world now with that type of an atmosphere, or that type of summoning a car instead of having to own a car and using a car, as opposed to waiting for a bus or waiting for a train. So I do have a few questions and some comments. And as Supervisor Lawson-Remer brought up, on the VMT screening for infill, your option 1A. So this is particularly a question for staff. It says under 1A that you're including 2 buffer options. And as was mentioned, one of the buffer just the buffer itself was potentially problematic, as Supervisor Lawson-Remer brought up. But what about the buffer, the infill and village zones, or the villages? Because we've already got villages defined. And so, I don't know, can you answer that question? Does your infill area on 1A include the villages, or could it include the villages instead of potentially the buffer, or both?
Supervisor Desmond, through the chair. There are 3 basic options under item 1 in the infill. So that there is strictly just doing the infill in the area that meets the definition that we've put together with our consultants. The second would be the infill plus the buffer. That option includes any adjacent traffic analysis zone, or a TAZ, as we explained in our staff presentation. If the infill area is within one of those traffic zones, the whole traffic zone is included. That's the buffer option. And then the last option is the village option. And this is if the infill area is within a county planned, general plan village, we included the entire village area in that infill. So the staff recommendation is to include that village option, excluding the very high fire hazard severity zones. Based on the staff recommendation, that would allow up to a capacity of 8,755 homes within those areas to move forward without VMT analysis once that transportation study guide would be put into place.
So 1A, just to want to clarify, has the infill plus has the traffic analysis zones plus the village areas minus the high fire density. Is that correct?
Supervisor Desmond, there are 3 separate items. So it's infill by itself, then it would be the infill plus the buffer, which is the traffic zone, or it's infill plus the village. And staff is recommending the infill plus the village, excluding the very high fire hazard severity areas.
And that's what is incorporated in option 1A.
That is in 1A. So it is, okay, I'm trying, sorry.
Supervisor.
So it is the infill plus the buffer plus the villages.
It would be infill plus the villages. If we were to go with the TAS, which is the buffer, that would be a larger geographic area. And so our recommendation is not to go as far as the buffer, but to go with infill plus village.
Okay, all right.
Minus very high fire.
Yes, minus very high fire. Thank you.
Okay, I got some more here. I guess in the mitigation, unfortunately, the mitigation we're talking about here, the high cost of it, unfortunately, it's going to be passed on to the home buyers, and therefore defeating affordable housing or workforce housing. And then I guess this is a kind of an ask for the next time coming back. The TDM, I understand. Then staff thinks the TDM measures only going to reduce the VMT or have an impact of below 1 or 2%. But the people that have called in, the stakeholders and whatnot have said, well, no, TDM is going to have a much bigger effect. And I guess I'm just asking you to kind of iron that out with them and figure out where that really is, and then we get a better read on that next time.
Hey, Supervisor, on that, but before you go to your next one, can we just have staff talk about TDM just a little bit and walk through kind of their take and thoughts on it, and then we'll come back and allow you to continue with your comments, because I think this is an item we need to flush out a little bit more as well.
Okay, well, I was asking that. You can do it now if you want, but
yeah, maybe if you're not opposed, maybe we can just have them share a little bit of TDM, and then in 2 weeks we can do a little bit more. But I think it'd be probably good if we hear a little bit on this, and then allow you to continue.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm asking them to work with those constituents and those stakeholders and on ironing out. And it's fine to hear right now. If you want to do that, we'll come back. That's fine.
Sarah, can you have someone kind of walk through thoughts on TDM in general?
We're happy to do so. Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond, Chair, in terms of transportation demand management, it would include things like car share, ride share, shuttles, those sorts of services. Those sorts of projects and reductions, they provide up to about a 1 to 2% reduction in VMT on a project level. That's not enough to mitigate a project's VMT impacts to meet that state standard of 15% below the regional average. So what would happen is we would have to prepare an environmental impact report and adopt a statement of overriding considerations, not being able to fully mitigate a project's impacts. TDM measures are helpful and they do reduce VMT, just not to the level that's needed to meet that state standard. So if we get directed to do a VMT mitigation program, we could put together a TDM program as part of that. It would help reduce VMT on private development projects. It just would not be enough to meet that state recommendation.
Well, if I could, please, there seems to be a gap between the percentages. You think the staff thinks, and I respect both sides of this. I'm just trying to find where we are. It sounds like some of the development community think it's going to play a bigger role. So I'm just asking you to talk with them, work out with them, and maybe we'll have more clarification or maybe narrow the gap in 2 weeks. So that's my request there. And then I want to ask staff also, we heard from the Farm Bureau, and we definitely do not want to hurt agriculture. We do not want to hurt agriculture in any of the unincorporated areas. And we do have some developers. The Quest Haven project was brought up. Valley Center Water District, took out a $30 million loan on a pipeline or a sewer line to, for the houses that were proposed in our current general plan. And this has been they've been working on this for about 8 years. And so these projects that have been moving forward and have made large investments, and the farmers, I mean, I'm kind of lumping them all together, but they all have different unique needs. But is there any way that, I guess, coming forward, we can help mitigate some of their burdens? Because they've been going on, you know, the water district, the development and the farmers have all been, you know, going on. Okay, here's what the general plan says. We're going to make the investments. We're going to do this. And so I guess I'm asking, can you work with these folks and try to see if we, you know, get some more input from them and see if there's any ways, you know, because that we can, I guess, soften the blow of if we go to this VMT right away for those that have made those investments in the past. You know, and particularly there's things like agritourism, ecotourism, community serving, commercial, you know, projects that might be able to reduce VMT if they were allowed to develop in the villages. So one of the projects I'm thinking of is potentially bringing in a grocery store and a pharmacy. You know, if those were brought into the village areas and things like that, if that could help mitigate some of the VMT, because they no longer have to drive to Escondido or have to drive, you know, to the urban areas to get these services. So I'm just looking for ways to potentially, you know, working with these stakeholders before the next meeting. And then, you know, right now it's kind of the chicken or the egg. A lot of people in the rural areas right now, they already drive these long distances to services, to groceries, to jobs. And wouldn't, you know, allowing smart mixed use development in the rural villages actually reduce VMT so they don't have to go those distances? So, and then that's more of a comment. Here's more of a question. In the BIA letter that was addressed to our chair, they pointed out that the county should consider increasing the threshold as been done in different jurisdictions. Like we have the 110 trip threshold, and the city of San Diego's got a 300 trip threshold. Placer County 880, Sacramento 237, Fresno 500. Is there any latitude on increasing our threshold? Even Mr. Silva said, hey, we should, you know, this is kind of a very limiting. How does the city of San Diego get away with 300 and we're still stuck at 110?
Supervisor Desmond through the chair. The 110 average daily trips, that comes from the Office of Planning and Research. So that is a state recommended number. In terms of the other jurisdictions and what they've done, some of them, like the city of San Diego, they have their own traffic generation rates that they've put together, and based on those rates, they came up with a higher number. So for them, it's 300 trips that equates to that same 110 that the state put together. In terms of our ability to go above or beyond that number, you know, staff could evaluate that and come back with options. You know, we would have to provide substantial evidence for whatever number we decide to go with. And, you know, based on some of the comments we've heard today, you know, going further away from the OPR recommendations does make it more difficult to provide that substantial evidence.
Okay, well, it just seems rather strange to me, you know, that, and maybe because we're the county, we unincorporated area, we're not gonna be able to do that, but it just seems, you know, like the city of San Diego, actually, they went with the regional, I don't want to say platform, but they went with the regional approach because it was to their advantage. And even though they're, you know, they could have stayed within their city boundaries, we have to, you know, in some of the smaller cities in San Diego County are able to go with, not with the regional approach, they're able to just stay within their city boundaries. Whereas the county of San Diego, our region, to me, the region is the unincorporated area. But we have to include every city in our analysis and in our approach, where I know the city of San Diego chose to do that, but some of the smaller cities are not choosing to take or have to take in every other city, including the unincorporated areas, yet we as the county are doing that. And it seems, you know, it seems like a huge burden on the county. So, Chair, I got just a few more comments, and I'll be done here. But this is very important, and representing the unincorporated areas, this is a big deal. So, the updated VMT rules, I think, are going to crush the desperately needed housing and other development in the unincorporated area. They're going to crush, and I'm afraid some of these villages are going to dry up and blow away. Not only are we currently facing a housing crisis, but we're being asked to consider in adopting the regional average, VMT, that only allows for 3% of the remaining 5,800 or 58,000 unit capacity located within the VMT efficient areas. And like I said, it's bewildering to me that smaller cities get to pick just their boundaries, where we have to have not only our boundaries, but everybody else's. There's this single determinant factor, VMT, used to drive this major land use change. And to me, it's not balanced. And VMT doesn't necessarily clean up the air. Getting rid of greenhouse gases cleans up the air, not how long you're driving or you're in an electric vehicle. And for the near future, developing outside of the VMT area efficient areas is not going to be as simple as do an analysis. Go do an analysis. It's going to be nearly impossible, except for maybe some of the largest developers. And when the only option is to mitigate for impacts at an extraordinarily high cost, projects are just not going to pencil out. And I know a lot of people are going to like that and say, okay, don't build there, build here. But we're talking about new charges of thousands and tens of thousands of dollars per mile. And let's say a handful of projects are able to somehow mitigate and become developed. How much is that going to cost mitigation and then increase the cost of the homes? This is going to cause our already ridiculously high costs of housing to skyrocket even further, and a lose-lose situation for both our development community and for the average home buyer. I've got to say, this whole VMT discussion seemed to focus primarily on future development. But what's to say about our existing communities and what's going to happen to the villages located outside of the VMT areas? Like I said, we can't let our communities just die on the vine. More needs to be done to consider these messages, and we've looked at specific industries and lands and common use in the rural areas to reduce VMT, such as agritourism, ecotourism, and community serving commercial. We can't ignore the impacts we're imposing on the livelihoods of those who work in the areas, and the number of housing that's actually being built in and out of San Diego County and Riverside County and VMT efficient areas in Riverside County, and they're coming to work here. So I know we're looking at the situation with Valley Center Water District with their $30 million loan. I'll finish up here by saying I like the transportation opportunity areas. The traffic demand management shows promise. And while we do this, I think it's critical we don't lose sight of the bigger picture. We should be fighting for our rural communities by building in as much flexibility as possible under these new guidelines, so that development outside the VMT area, efficient areas won't come to a screeching halt. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher, and thank you. I wanted to say thank you to staff, and then also thank you to my appointee, Commissioner Ginger Hitzke, for sharing her comments today. I've had an opportunity to discuss with her and with so many other folks. My team and I have done a lot of outreach with various community members, and we've agreed that there has to be a longer discussion. So I too support our staff, the idea of taking a vote later on. And so I just wanted to, I have a couple of questions because this is a workshop. And so I wanted to make sure that we're, in order to ensure that we're advancing safer implementation when it comes to fire risk under option 1A, if we remove the higher fire severity areas, what is the reduction in the number of housing units from the 8,755 homes? So is it okay if I just ask the questions, Chair? They can just.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely perfect. Yeah, staff can respond.
Supervisor Vargas, if the high fire hazard severity areas were also removed in addition to the very high, that housing capacity would be reduced to 7,802 dwelling units, a reduction in about 953 homes.
Okay. And then conducting an EIR for option 1B, will the county be able to combine it with some other VMT efforts that require an EIR and an option 1A? And how would that be implemented?
Supervisor Vargas, yes. If the board were to direct the EIR under option 1B, we would combine it into a single EIR with other items that require that same process. For example, if the board directs option 1B, along with the mitigation options, that would be one EIR process to kind of consolidate and combine those efforts to kind of gain efficiencies through the process. In terms of option 1B, that would require an EIR, and it would be separate and independent from option 1A. Option 1A would not require an EIR and could be directed by the board, and we would be back within 6 months for potential adoption of a new transportation study guide. So in terms, options 1A and 1B cannot be combined. They are separate.
Okay. All right, and then I do support, I think two of my colleagues already mentioned this, the near transit priority areas. I'm good with that on item 2. And then on item number 4, the buy right process, as staff is looking into ways to create a buy right program, how can we develop a program that encompasses labor standards as we expedite the process for building in our county? What are the options that we can incorporate in a county's buy right program that comply with state laws? And you might not be able to respond to that today, but I would like to make sure that that's addressed as we're moving forward.
Vice Chair, certainly the board could ask us to investigate adding labor standards into a buy right program. There may be some limitations to do that based on preemptions in state and federal law, but we could certainly look at that to the extent that we could include those and we could bring them back for the board's consideration.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then on item 3 with the VMT mitigation program, I support the creation of a VMT mitigation bank. And I hear loud and clear from our planning commissioners and various stakeholders that we need to add a transportation demand management program that meets the demands of our region. I would like to, for staff to consider including other regional partners that are also doing work for reducing emissions in the region. I know that there's been some already discussed, but can we consider other regional agencies like APCD and other regional partners for any of these options, especially as we're talking about air quality? I think it would be important. And then also for options 3A and 3B, can there be a clear target that sets a portion of the fund for the unincorporated areas of the county to ensure that there are also infrastructure investments in there?
Vice Chair, yes to both questions. So in terms of the first one, we would definitely partner with any regional agencies that would want to help put together a VMT reduction program. And then in terms of the clear targets, we could definitely allocate a portion of the VMT funds to stay within the unincorporated area. The board could also further direct that those funds be prioritized to things like underserved communities.
Okay. And then under this side, under items number 7 through 11, the revised TSG under option 7B, look to set the small project screening criteria. I understand that the state's OPR guidance recommends 110 ADT. Has staff looked at different numbers for small project screening criteria that we consider that were adopted in other regions?
Vice Chair, we certainly have. We researched, all 58 counties in the state and all the cities in the region. In terms of kind of what the other jurisdictions have done, we found the majority of them did go with the state recommendation of the 110. In terms of the numbers, it was 17 counties in the state and 5 cities that adopted that 110. Others chose a higher standard. There were 6 counties and 8 cities that went with a higher number. And then there were 2 counties that actually went with a lower number that they provided substantial evidence for. In terms of, what we could do as staff, like we mentioned to Supervisor Desmond, we could, if the board were to provide direction, we could look at providing a different number. We would have to provide substantial evidence to support that number. That may require a little bit longer to put the TSG together. So if we were asked to do a higher or a lower number, the 6 months to do that, it would likely be extended out to a 9-month period for us to put it together and bring it back for the board to consider. And then we'd have to put that substantial evidence in place to support it.
Okay. All right. And then on the adoption of option 1A for infill areas and the BMT efficiency areas, currently have no guidelines that requires affordable housing units and projects. How can we use the inclusionary housing ordinance that staff is working on to set a criteria for the affordable housing units in this area that are being considered infill?
Vice Chair, if staff directs, or if the board directs staff to put together a new transportation study guide, kind of defining, whether we go with the infill areas or the VMT efficient areas, we could incorporate specific criteria in the inclusionary housing ordinance that we are working on and bring that back to the board for consideration later this year. But we could certainly identify specific criteria for those areas that the board directs.
Yeah, I would be interested in that because when we were looking at the different options, I know that there was some, I kept going back and forth and understood that if we adopted 1A, there was some idea that the infill, we did not need to approve 7D, but I believe that we needed to do both. And so anyway, I wanted to really look into that a little bit more, so. And I think with that, I think those are all my questions, Chair. I just want to think, for me, it's really important that we find a balance for this item and to help not only meet our climate goals and our housing goals. And, I think some folks today in the conversation as we're talking and having a dialogue about what this means to some folks, there's a lot of privilege in being able to have access to, transportation and electric vehicles. It's not the same for everyone, right? People don't choose to drive miles and miles away from San Isidro or Chula Vista because they want to. It's because they have to, because that's where their jobs are, or they have to go live in Temecula and live in other areas because they have to, not because they want to. So just making sure that we're very mindful of these policies and how they impact our communities of concern, not just those that are building the homes, but people who want to live in the homes, right? So I appreciate the discussion and that we're going to be able to be very thoughtful in this process.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Man, great comments. Mine are going to be a lot shorter because you all said all the good stuff first. But, first of all, staff did a heck of a job presenting this. And I really appreciate all your hard work in doing it. The other thing is, Supervisor Vargas, what a great selection you made to the Planning Commission. Ginger just crushed it. One of the things I'd like to hear more is fleshing out for their meeting coming up, what they were proposing and looking at what they're thinking about, because it's a little bit out of the box. And I'd like to hear more details about that. And, it is a chicken and egg situation. I just want to present some hard facts from my district. If you look at Lakeside as a village, some of Lakeside is in the VMT, some's outside the VMT, yet there's over 77,000 people who live in it. So on one hand, you can be on one side of the street, no problem construction. The other side of the street, it's virtually impossible to do. Yet they aren't going to ever qualify for mass transit because they're never going to achieve the goals of mass transit in the ridership. But if we cap them and we don't address their issue, Lakeside, Ramona, Alpine, some of these communities, they're actually larger than many of the cities in San Diego County. And so what we're doing is we're capping their ability to grow and to be a fully mature community. And, I think that if we go back and we think a little bit out of the box, here we are, San Jose University recently came out with a study on VMT. In that study, they talked about the reduction of retail near housing. So if we haven't really looked at the business aspect, we've just focused on the housing aspect of VMT. We need to look at it, I'd like in the next 2 weeks to look at it more holistically, because if I add a grocery store that can't be built under the current VMT because it won't pencil, but if I add that, I could have a 35% decrease in VMT because people now aren't driving long distances to get the groceries. When we compare that to, say, bus passes, we could give people free bus passes, and we may not be able to impact the VMT by more than 10 or 15%. So I think that we should be focused, if we can, on high yield on this as we move forward. The other part is Sacramento staff and Sacramento committees are terrific people. They work really hard, but frequently they forget the diversity of our huge state. And I would love for us to take the best ideas and go back to the Office of Planning and Research and ask them to accept mitigating factors for our community. They may not work in Sacramento, may not work in Fresno, but if it lowers the VMT in San Diego, we should be doing it, and we shouldn't be so locked in that we say, we're just going to accept your answer. Let's offer them a higher, loftier goal to achieve what we all agree with. You know, when we take people out of their cars, it's not about punishing people. When we get them out of their cars and they aren't spending 2 hours getting home, we're increasing the quality of life. This should be not exclusive of the quality of life for our constituents. You know, I've shared this with you before, but there might be new people watching today. But when I first moved to Alpine, you couldn't run around the neighborhood without having your lungs hurt because we had pollution. Today, you can do it. Pollution has been reduced over the last 30 years significantly. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. So one of the other things that we may want to look at is instruct, and I get it's not Sarah's department to do this. However, as the county, and of course the board would have to agree on this, I think, to set the bar, but we should add this as part of our legislative goals of looking at electric cars as part of the mitigation. You know, all because the VMT law is this way today doesn't mean it can't be amended and improved moving down the road, but it's not going to be improved unless we get feedback to the state. That's why I'd love to go back to the OPR and ask them to accept some waivers in how they envision implementing this, at the same time asking for maybe new legislation to make it more attainable so that we're not punishing these communities that, if given an opportunity, would actually fit into the slot and be in a better place. And then I mentioned looking at employment opportunities. That's the other aspect. I said grocery stores and retail, but let's also look at employment opportunities. You know, if a factory, a bakery, a commercial bakery, if something can be located in your community that brings job opportunities, employment opportunities, that can help balance the VMT as well. So I'd like moving forward, not just to look at housing, but also balance it with job creation, job opportunities. In Lakeside, off of Riverford Road, we've seen an industrial complex been put in. Now Pepsi, I think they have 80 drivers that work out of there. Those are all new jobs and new opportunities, and yet we're not going to be able to build workforce housing for those workers, and they may have to commute from Temecula to fill those jobs, and that's not right. It's not fair. We should be thinking in a loftier way to achieve these goals. And let's see, if everyone was so good about going through all this. The last thing I want to touch upon is we know there are lawsuits in place over VMT, and many of the people that live in my district are minorities. And I don't have, it's not exclusive. There are other parts of San Diego County where minorities live. But are these policies, are they crushing generational wealth for those minorities? If you're telling me that I can't ever own a single family residence, if I can't grow my business because I'm located in the wrong area, if I can't pass down generational wealth because you've said I can only live in a high-rise downtown, I think we need to rethink this. You know, we talk about equity. Equity should be applied here as well. We need to ensure that people have the same opportunities to generational wealth, especially when they're on the first rung of the ladder of moving up in society. If we're only looking at people that are super affluent and that they can do whatever they want, and these people are locked out, and we're essentially redlining those communities and denying minorities an opportunity for wealth. So thank you so much for the time. And again, staff, well done.
Real quick, Mark, can you or someone on your staff talk about, is there any differentiation to Supervisor Anderson's point if we're building job centers, or, you know, the grocery store is a good example. If you're building that and there's not one anywhere near, is that calculated the same, or is there some consideration taken into account about the potential to reduce net VMT?
Chair, that's exactly correct. So the analysis that we would do would actually look at whether the project would reduce VMT as part of it. So that would ultimately be captured. The state had a recommended criteria that those sorts of office commercial buildings like that if there's certain like retail space under 50,000 square feet, those are considered locally serving and don't have to go through a VMT analysis. They are just drawing trips locally, keeping folks from driving outside of the local community. So anything above that, is kind of constitutes more of a regional scale facility where it actually draws trips to it. But there are criteria in there where we look at, the VMT reductions that could occur as part of a project.
Yeah, that was my sense. So on that point, just back to the specifics, a local serving grocery store, when there's not another one in the area, that could, in the analysis, be seen as VMT reducing and not have to mitigate at all.
Chair, that's correct.
Good. Okay. Good. Supervisor Anderson, did you have another?
I did, as a matter of fact. You know what? It would be very helpful to me because, and this would be up to our colleagues, but I'd love to have, as part of this workshop, an actual map where we have real commitments of real housing. I've been on this board for just over a year, and we all have had wishful thinking, and we've had great discussions, but it hasn't increased housing in my district. And I have people that are on the streets living in cars and everything else. And I want to create that opportunity. And I think it's really easy to say that we're going to build in an area, but until we actually commit to it, we're really not. I had talked about some places in my district, like Julian on this map. They talk about additional housing potential there. There isn't. There's hard stops with sewer. There's hard stops with adequate water in the water basin. So when we're looking at these things, I'd really like to focus on the practical and actually say, we're committed to here, and this is how many houses we're committed. And if we say yes to this plan, that's green lighted. But I'm worried that it's always pixie dust, and it never arrives at actual homes being built. So I don't know how my colleagues feel about it, but I just want to get that off my chest so I can sleep tonight. So thank you.
All right, good. Sleep well tonight. All right, so we're going to continue this item for 2 weeks. I just make a couple concluding remarks. I think we've had a good discussion, a good thought process. First off, look, we've got to adopt VMT. It's state law, and it passed in 2013, and here we are in 2022, and we simply have to do it. You don't have a choice to not figure out how you comply with state law, or you can do what previous boards did and approve a bunch of things that make them feel good for voting for, that everyone knows are never going to get built, and then they get litigated and they never get built. And that doesn't serve anyone's interest. That doesn't help anyone. So we need something that is actually real, something that is going to allow housing to get built in the right place, and something that helps us move forward. And I think the approach that's laid out, and we've got a few weeks to work on the specifics, but this bridge with the TSG about how do we identify areas we are most confident will survive scrutiny and are putting housing in the right places, whether that's infill, buffers, whatever the configuration of those is. But there's the potential there to get between 8,000 and 10,000 units of housing that could be built now. To Supervisor Anderson's point, people can start doing them. There's not going to be the rigorous mitigation. You're going to be able to move forward, and those are going to be in the areas where housing ought to go. And again, I want to reiterate this point because there is this perpetual myth that somehow the county was this housing machine in the unincorporated areas prior to this issue, and it was not. That is simply not true. The 7 years before I came here, the average number of units constructed each year was 663. And I know we can do better than that. And in order to do better than that, we've got to figure out what is the bridge, what are the short-term strategies that we can take, which staff has done a really good job of giving us some options where we think it is consistent with the overall VMT approach. It's consistent with what we're trying to do around climate. It's putting housing where it ought to go. And then we've got to get these longer term programs in place, our VMT mitigation banks. We've got to look at potential changes to our general plan. We've got to do those things, and those are going to take us a little bit. So I think this approach of, hey, we can get started with a fairly significant number of units that people can move on now, and then we can put in place these longer term structural things that will guide our county as we move forward. And we're not going to, and it is not fair to remotely assume that the regional needs of 3.4 million people are going to be met in the unincorporated region. We need to do more and build more housing than we have built before as a county, actually constructing more units than we have before. But the bulk of the needs, and this is what you see in the regional needs assessment and the regional housing plans, the bulk of these units are going to go in the incorporated cities. Now, that doesn't mean as a county that we're not going to do more than we have ever done in the preceding decades. But it is not solely going, the problem of people moving to Riverside or Temecula is not solely going to be solved in the unincorporated areas. We need each of the incorporated cities to also do more than they have ever done. And it is much easier for them to site housing under a VMT policy, which I think was kind of the intent when this was passed in 2013. So we've got a lot we've got to work through. We didn't talk a lot today in our discussion, but we need to think about as a board, the other critical component here is around levels of service. I think a lot of the goal of the legislation was to move away from that as a mitigation and move into VMT. We obviously have some issues with the general plan around it would require us changing that, and that takes a long time. And I think staff has proposed a fairly elegant way to streamline that component. But we got to decide what we want to do in a long term. Do we want to remove that entirely and just have VMT as the basis, or do we want to do that? And so we need everyone to think about that component. We didn't spend as much time on it today, but that's another decision point that we're going to have to make as we move forward. So I think a good discussion. I think we need to all spend a few weeks working on this, plowing on this, and come back in a few weeks ready to take those initial steps to get us some certainty around things that can happen now, and give our staff some clear guidance around some of the longer term things that we want. And then recognize we'll have to continue to monitor this throughout the process to ensure we can meet both goals, right? We've got to tackle climate change. We've got to lower greenhouse gas emissions. We've got to lower VMT. We've got to get out of those very high fire farms. I think we should know that by now. And I believe, and I think the majority of this board, everyone on this board said the same, we've got to build more housing in the right place and have that housing be affordable to working class folks. And so it's a difficult balance to strike, but it's one that is doable. And I think we've been laid out the framework for a path for how we can do those two things and have something that is legally compliant so that when we do it, it gives some certainty to everyone involved around what we're doing and why we're doing it and why we think it is consistent with all of the applicable frameworks we have to exist in. So I appreciate the discussion, appreciate everyone's thoughts on this, and I'm looking forward to us coming back in a few weeks and, you know, trying to come together with what we think is the best and most realistic and viable path as we move forward. Let me just ask quickly if anyone has any just final thoughts they would like to make. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. You know, one of the things I keep hearing, and I do it myself, but we, the county, don't build housing. We don't do that. We don't go in and get it done. We have to make it feasible so that it pencils out for people to build that housing. So it's not us building it. It's making it pencil out so the developers or somebody can go in and do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I got a little tool belt right here. I'll go hammer some housing if you want.
I think I'll get a second quote probably.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. All right, so we're going to pick this back up in 2 weeks. Again, thank you to everyone who weighed in, and a special thank you to staff. We put a Herculean load on you when we outlined all of these 13 brainstorms. But look, we're in a fundamentally different conversation today because of all the work that went into this than we were when we started this discussion at the outset. And I think we now see some paths. We'll have to mitigate and decide what level of risk we want to take with each one and where we want to go. But I think you all done a good job of bringing us back something where we can begin to see a workable policy, both in the short term, in the bridge, and in the long term for how we can get to a place where folks can have some certainty and we can hopefully begin doing this right. And again, I think as a board, we ought to just have a goal to say every year we want to build more than we did the year before. But doing it in the right places and doing it the right way and doing it in ways that survive legal challenge and scrutiny so that we can actually do it. Because no one's life is made any better, and no one has any shorter commute, or no one doesn't move to Riverside because we pass things that never get built because they get held up. So let's live in reality, and let's figure out what we do that actually helps people open a door and walk inside that door. With that, we are going to return to non-agendized public communication. I think we just have maybe 2 speakers left here. And let me ask the clerk to call forward those speakers at this time.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We do have 3 requests to speak matters not listed on the agenda. And for those that requested to speak, I would request that you dial into the conference line now using the instructions that have been provided to you. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I would like to remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We will begin with our first caller, and again, please state your name before you begin your comments.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead and begin your comments.
Okay, thank you. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm a mother of 3 sons. Cal Matters, in their weekend newsletter, described the governor's proposal to utilize the state's Medi-Cal program to contend with homelessness, poverty, drug and alcohol abuse, mental illness, and street crime. Called California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal, or CalAIM for short. It has 14+ million enrollees, more than a third of the state's residents. If you're doing the math, Medicare pays for 17% of California residents over 65. Medi-Cal, or the new CalAIM, pays for 33% of the state's poor. Then 50% of the taxpayers are paying the other health costs of the other 50% of the residents, plus paying for their own. Therefore, it really matters what our citizens choose regarding health and safety choices. It matters what the Board of Supervisors adapts as policies and what businesses the Board of Supervisors enables. So I ask, as a mother of 3 adult sons, should the Board of Supervisors enable more marijuana businesses than the 5 already in business with their vast networks of deliveries? Surely not. Marijuana use seldom improves the quality of people's lives and their health and their productivity, their responsiveness to others, or their educational outcomes. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Ann Riddle, speaking in public comment. I'm sorry that I'm delaying you from lunch. I just wanted to share with you some personal perceptions around San Francisco Academy that you discussed yesterday. Because what happened, I was with a group of youth advocates and parent advocates and social workers in 2001 when Judge Milliken brought forward this wonderful idea. It was almost a shout of joy because we'd been dealing with foster care for teenagers for many years and how unsuccessful it had been as our teens moved from foster home to home and had their education interrupted. As a social worker myself working in foster care, I learned 2 really important things about working with teenagers. One, I learned that if you ever want to make a change in the trajectory of someone's lives that will affect not only them, but families and neighborhoods and society in our county, working with teenagers and finding solutions to their problems is the thing to choose. Keeping in mind that 90% of all drug use begins before the age of 19, and thus I learned number 2. If there is anything that changes the trajectory of a teen's life, it is their choice to use drugs. And I think it's important for us all to remember the drug of first choice in our county is marijuana. So whatever are the programs we set up, we need to always remind ourselves that we need to intercede in our young people's lives. And anything that brings more marijuana into their lives or creates a sense of normalization is extremely unwise. and thus problematic to even consider increasing the footprint of the marijuana businesses in our unincorporated area. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Fletcher, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication.
All right, thank you, everyone. With that, we stand adjourned.
Thanks.